Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. And good evening, everyone, for the evening session on 30th March. And today, the first session will be on a particular interesting topic by Dr. Georgi Mishev. And the title of his talk will be Plants in the Folk Beliefs of Southeastern Europe, seeking the spiritual aid of plants to achieve luck, love, health, and more. Now, Dr. Georgy Mishev, he was born in Bulgaria in 1982, is an Thracian Orphic dedicated to goddess Hecate. By passion, he is an author, researcher, and practitioner devoted to preserving the ancient traditions of Southeastern Europe. His work focuses on the magical practices, rituals, and folklore of the Balkan peoples, with a particular emphasis on preserving the old traditions of East Europe, which have been suppressed under prolonged rule of the Ottomans, Christians, and the communist regime. Holding a PhD in cultural historical heritage, Dr. Mishev has extensively studied traditional Bulgarian culture as a source of knowledge about magic in ancient southeastern Europe. His research combines academic rigor with personal observations and interactions with contemporary practitioners of folk magic in Bulgaria. With a background in Russian and German philology, he possesses a deep understanding of magical rituals across Slavic and Germanic cultures. Dr. Mishev is the founder of Thracian, an ancient tradition rooted in the Thracian belief, which he seeks to preserve and transmit healing practices and rituals that have endured for centuries. Among his notable achievements is the establishment of a temple dedicated to the goddess Hecate, reflecting his commitment to reviving and honoring ancient religious practices. His endeavors underscore the importance of magic as an integral part of Bulgarian folk culture and its historical role in providing medical care and connecting humanity to archaic belief systems. Through his work, Dr. Mishev continues to safeguard the cultural heritage of Southeastern Europe, ensuring that its rich traditions remain accessible to future generations. This particular session will be chaired by Shostik Banerjee. Shostik Banerjee is currently pursuing his doctoral in philosophy from the Department of Philosophy, University of Calcutta. His proposed thesis is titled The Problem of Self in the Anuttaratrika Philosophy of Kashmir, with special reference to uh, Shemraja, an exegetical and critical study. He is a recipient of the prestigious University Research Fellowship from the University of Calcutta and also the Ishwar Ashram Trust Fellowship. He secured first rank in MA Philosophy from University of Madras. While pursuing his masters, he had the opportunity to study and interact with scholars like Mahapadhyay Mani Dravid Shastri, Swami Paramananda Bharati, and several others. He has studied Trika under scholars like late Professor Debobroto Sen Sharma, Pandit Pran Nath Kaul, to name a few. He also has his interest in occult philosophy and others. I now formally request Shostik Banerjee to chair the session and play the video.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to chair this session on behalf of Georgi Mishev, who is right now traveling and has sent us a recorded video of his presentation. Um, his presentation is on the culture of Bulgaria, the Romanian gypsy tradition. I would just play it directly for you all to watch, and please feel free to post the questions over here.
Hello everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to present to you a topic which is very special for me, and this is the role and the place of the plants in the spiritual life of the people. And in this talk, I will try to give you a glimpse about some of the folk beliefs and the folk notions connected with plants of the people in the southeastern part of Europe. And coming from this part of the world, from Bulgaria, I will give you also some examples from the Bulgarian folk beliefs, but in the southeastern part of Europe, so Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, and North Macedonia, there are a lot of beliefs and practices which are shared and common for all these people. Despite that we have different countries, so the cultural borders and the political borders are not the same, and because of that we are sharing a lot of ideas, notions, and beliefs. So, speaking about the plants, we have to have in mind that in the traditional folk culture, the plants are not considered only as physical entities, but they have also a very specific role in the belief system of the people. And they are also considered as having different identities, even as spiritual beings and as powers residing in them. Because of that, in the traditional folk cultures of the people in the southeastern part of Europe, the plants are approached with different askings from the people towards them, and people have sought their help in a lot of difficulties, in a lot of cases. They have approached the plants as a support in different life situations. And we see that there are some common elements, despite that there are a lot of specifics in the rituals connected with the different plants. But still there are some common elements, and I will start with the common things, and after that I will point out some specific plants and some of the specifics connected with them. The flora of the southeastern part of Europe is interesting because it has also some relic plants. It has some endemic plants, and it has, of course, a lot of plants which are widespread in Europe, in Asia, and so on. Some of these plants are known or mentioned also in ancient sources. Some of them are mentioned only in the ethnographical records, because from ancient times we do not have information about all the plants which are still known to the people in the folk culture. But still we have some information about the ancient role of the plants in the life of the people in these days, 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. And there in some of these sources we have some descriptions of some rituals connected with plants. And it is interesting to see that some of the elements of these rituals are still alive till nowadays in the folk culture, and some of the specifics of the behavior of the people towards the plants are to be seen in these ancient descriptions, and they are to be seen also in the folk culture. At one side, this is interesting because we have the change of life, of course, we have the technologies nowadays, we have the industrial era, we have the change of religious beliefs, because in the southeastern part of Europe, in ancient times, we speak about different religious ideas and beliefs which were polytheistic in their essence. People have worshipped and honored and believed in different deities, in a lot of gods and goddesses, spirits and other powers. But after that, we have this change and the coming of the monotheistic religions as the Christianity, and after that of the Islam, of course. But still we see in the folk culture that especially these beliefs connected with the plants and with the image of the plant's power as a specific entity, it bears much more archaic features, and it bears a lot of ancient notions and beliefs, despite that they are Christianized or Islamized in a kind of way. If we speak about the common elements connected with the idea and the belief that some plants have specific ritual power, that they are connected with specific supernatural powers, or saints, or the nymphs, or the forest spirits, etc., etc. We have some common elements which are widespread on the Balkans and in the southeastern part of Europe. And of course, you will see a lot of similarities outside of this region, which is also a normal thing, because we can say that some of these elements connected with the connection and relationship between humans and plants, they are common for all the people around the world. Still, of course, they are a lot of specific things, but it is one of the steps which is considered as very important, is that the person who seeks the help of the plant, or the support, or the power of the herb, or the efficiency of the herb or of the plant, has to be purified. It is a very important step, and in the past it was so that the person who is seeking to pick one specific plant for such ritual purposes has to wash the body, has to be dressed in clean clothes, and of course there are in a lot of cases some other specifics. Now, to have alcohol in a specific number of days before doing this, and so on and so on. They could be specific requirements for specific actions. So after the purification of the person who is gathering the plant, there comes the purification of the plant itself, because the plant is purified so that its spiritual power can be awakened, and only the spiritual or the magical essence can be activated in a kind of way. It can be done in different ways according to the ethnographical records from the different countries, which I have already mentioned, but it can happen with sprinkling of water on the plant, or fumigating it with frankincense or other incenses, and so on and so on. So one another element which is to be seen in a lot of the examples of such rituals is the circle done around the plant. It can be done by going in a circle around the plant, or it can be done with a liquid poured around the plant in a circle. It can be done with a sword or a knife, making a circle around the plant. So the encircling of the plant is also one of the ways to separate it from this physical world and to activate its spiritual power. Then it comes the incantation or the spell or the magical formula or the prayer. I'm mentioning all these words which are very synonymical, but still they have nuances, and in some cases they are much more magical in their character. In other cases they are much more like a prayer with 3 words and so on. Then we have this requirement about the specific attitude of the person towards the plant. It means you have to be respectful, or you have to be in a specific mood in accordance to the role of the plant which it has to play. If the plant has the role to invoke love or hate, then the mood of the person who is going to the plant to seek its help has to be in accordance with that. It means if you are seeking love and if you need the assistance of this specific plant, then you have to be in a good mood. You have to be happy. You have to smile. You have to be gentle to the plant. If you want to have the power of the plant to induce hate, or to bring hate and separation between 2 people, then also the attitude to the plant is similar. Then you have to be rude with the plant, but still there are a lot of specific rules, because in some of the cases, despite that you are using or you have a ritual involving a plant for negative purposes, still you have to be respectful, because the plant which is bearing this magical power has to be treated with respect, because it is dangerous and it can harm the person who is seeking its help also. So the next part are the offerings. In the most of the cases, people who are picking specific plants for spiritual or ritual or magical purposes, they are leaving a small offering on the place where the plant was growing. After the picking of the plant or during the picking of the plant, it depends on the specific kind of the ritual. But in the most of the cases, you leave the offering after picking the plant where the root of the plant was, or by the root. The offerings can be different. In the most of the cases, it is some bread. In Romania, we have a lot of examples of giving to the place where the plant grows bread and salt, because it is one of the offerings which you are giving also to guests, because the salt and the bread, they are the fundamental materials which every one of us is needing for life, and because of that they are considered as a very propitious offering. So other examples of offerings are honey. Nowadays, people are improvising and are using also water with sugar, but honey has a very specific symbolism, and I personally prefer the use of honey, because it is made by bees. The bees are connected with also some spiritual ideas and so on and so on. Coin, of course, so the money, but especially the coin, and in the past it was a silver coin, because the silver was considered as a pure metal, and the silver coin was considered as a very, very propitious gift. So it was believed in the past that if you do not know the complete ritual for a specific plant, then it's better not to gather it, not to pick it, not to touch it, not to damage it, and etc., etc. It means that if you not know how to use it or how to ask it for its help, then it's better not to touch it. Leave it there and do not pick it and so on and so on. Because you can make the spiritual power which resides in the plant angry. And in the folk belief, it was so that if you not follow the rules, then you have, in some cases, bad consequences for you, for your family, and so on and so on. One another very important thing is that you have to take only as much as it is really needed. If you need a branch or a leaf or a flower, then take only one branch, only one flower, only one from this plant. And if the plant which you are seeking is growing alone and is the only one, then it is not allowed to pick it, because then they will die out in this location and it is not considered as a good omen. So it is considered as prohibited to pick such plants. It is prohibited by the folk idea, by the folk notion. It means it was considered as a shameful thing because you are taking the only one of these plants which are growing there and they will die out. So these are the most common things connected with plants, and in my opinion, despite that this kind of knowledge is coming from the past, despite that in some cases we have a very archaic perceptions about how some things work, especially about medicine and so on and so on, I think that this kind of this way of thinking and this way of behavior towards the plants is very important for their safeguarding and conservation and protection also. Because in the past it was so that people saw in the plants not only the physical part, not only the aesthetics even, but they saw in the plants also spiritual beings, life entities, which can help, which can harm also in specific situations, but they were approached with respect, and they have been a very important part of the life of the people. In the past, it was so that almost every ritual, every celebration during the year was connected with a specific plant. My grandmother used to say that you have to have at least one flower in the garden, because if someone dies and you have to go to the burial, you will need at least one flower. And she was joking in that way, but it means that the flowers or the plants, they are our companions from the beginning of the life, from the birth through the life till the end of this life. And because of that, I think that this kind of knowledge is important also in modern times, because people need to see behind the physical part of the plants, and they will be able to see in the plants the rest, the spiritual meaning, the ritual meaning, and so on, only if they possess this kind of knowledge. Why? Because in the folk idea and in the folk culture, The whole idea that I'm sitting in front of the plant and I'm imagining something, it is a fantasy. It is not a divine inspiration. It was not considered as a knowledge, because it is a personal experience. It is totally okay to have it as a personal experience, but the knowledge, it is transmitted from one generation to the another generation. It is considered as sacred because it is also connected with this experience of a lot of generations. And I have mentioned that a lot of these elements connected with the plants, they are in some level the same as we have them described in the ancient sources. And this is exactly because people in the past, they have followed this idea that traditional knowledge is important and sacred, and to transmit it is a very, very important thing. And after that is coming the personal experience and the personal fantasy, the personal inspiration, etc., etc. I will give you a little bit examples of such plants, despite that in different regions of the world, people are having encounter with different plants, and different plants have different roles in different cultures. But from Southeastern European perspective, we have some plants which are considered as very powerful, as very dangerous, and also as very helpful. The matriguna of the Romanians is the Atropa belladonna. It was incorrectly translated as the mandrake or the mandragora. It is not the mandragora. The matriguna is the Atropa belladonna. And this kind of plant is very famous and popular in the Romanian folk tradition. Even Eliade, in his book Zoomoxis, he wrote about this, and he is writing about the cult of the matriguna, of the Atropa belladonna, among the Romanians. And there you have this idea that this plant can provoke love, but also hatred. It can bring you luck, but it can destroy also some people or some families. The plant can make a whole family ill, but in the same time, it can help to someone who is sick to recover, and so on and so on. One of the most beautiful examples about invocations and prayers which we have recorded is connected with the matriguna. And here you see that the person who is going into the forest alone, approaching the plant after being purified, bringing some offerings, is referring to the matriguna and is saying to her, "Good evening, matriguna, you good lady and good mother, who touches the heavens with your head, whose roots go deep underground, and whose dress, i.e. the foliage, floats in the wind, you who are the queen of the sky and of the storms," etc., etc. You see a lot of similarities in these invocations in different cultures. It is normal because we have this vertical structure of the cosmos, and we have the upper part of the plant connected with the heaven and so on, and we have the stem of the plant connected with the earth, and in some cases also with the winds, and so on and so on, and we have the roots connected with the ground, with the underground, and so on. So another interesting plant which is connected with the forest spirits, called Samodivas in Bulgarian, Samovila in Serbian, Iele in Romanian, Nereids in Greek. They are mythological beings very similar to the ancient nymphs. They are spirits of the wild, of the forest, appearing like very beautiful maidens, very beautiful girls, and they are very, very skilled with the herbs, with the plants, and in a lot of cases, they are transmitting their knowledge to chosen people. They are teaching them. One of the plants connected with them is the sieve of the nymphs of the Samovivas, and it is called the sieve of the forest nymphs because it was used by shepherds as a sieve for milk or for other liquids. And people in the past, they have believed that the nymphs, they are using it also as a sieve for some of the liquids which they are using. This kind of plant is considered as very protective. It is asked for help for protection of the house. And as you see, it has a lot of thorns. And it is normal that these thorny plants are invoked and are considered as protective because you cannot touch them, so they can protect your home or yourself or your family from the evil things. One another plant with which I'm going to the end is the one fern, is the Splenium scolopendrium. It's the heartstank fern. It is called in Bulgarian and in Romanian Navalnik. It means the multiplier, actually. There is a legend, there is a folk legend, in which we see how ancient stories were Christianized. For example, with this plant, we have the folk legend that it was a very handsome lad, a boy, and he was so handsome that all the village girls gone mad after him. And once Mother of God was walking in the forest, and she saw that all the village girls were going mad after this boy. And the girls, they have not followed her, the Mother of God, but they have followed him because they felt attracted to him. Then Mother of God turned him into this plant, and she told him, as a person, as a human, you have invoked and caused love in the hearts of the people, and as a plant you will be able to do the same thing. And because of that, the role of this plant in love magic is very important. And you have these small spores under the leaves, and because of that it is called the multiplier, because they have infinite number of such small things inside them. And so the luck and the money and the love has to multiply as the spores of this plant. This one was my last example, and I hope that you have enjoyed. It was only to give you a glimpse about how important are the plants also in the folk cultures of the people in the southeastern part of Europe. And I think that you will see a lot of similarities also in your own cultures. And I hope that we will preserve this kind of knowledge because it brings us something more, some more deeper meaning and understanding of the nature surrounding us. Thank you a lot.
I guess that's about George's presentation. Yeah, is everyone here? Shagnik and others?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So this session is done. George is currently traveling. However, he has said that if anyone has questions, he can put it, I can message it to him, or I can also try to answer some of them. And he will definitely answer. So any comments and questions we can take off over. Joita ma'am, I would first like to call her over on the stage for her comments.
I don't know, Shostik, why you picked on me, but I think leave the comments and the questions open for the floor if there is anybody who would want to do that.
And
Shostik, the discussion on the various qualities of these plants constantly kept on reminding me of Navapatrika. That's what I would be saying, right?
Yeah. I was actually, this question I once asked Georgie, and there is this invocation of plants and goddesses. I think I've told you that root is used for invoking Hecate in the traditional rituals, not the new age occult nonsense that happens, but the traditional ones. They have this plants and goddesses relation and also use in magic. It entirely depends on all these things. Yeah, it is there.
Isn't there
So
something
do you think
referred to as Jodi Buti, which is from
Yeah, Jodi Buti thing is also there. That culture is there. But the story comes from myths and legends mostly. As I
do
figured
you
out.
think there's a cultural continuity between these traditions?
Yes, they come from similar, like we have most of the politics traditions in East Europe and India are mostly related in some way or the other, because if we study Neoplatonism, it's very close. Lalita. Someone.
Also, I was just thinking, like in the hills, in the Himalayas, any of the sacred groves, or not even that, any of the nurseries, will have its own deity, forest deity. And you have to keep the place clean. You have to observe certain rituals, even when you tend to the plants. And in case you don't, then the fury of the goddess is going to, get on you. So that tradition is there everywhere. And I was also thinking about, we have this, the plantation of the forest in which Rabindranath started with the trees being. Yes. Excuse me.
And Shostik, would you like to relate this to the concept of this Aranyani in the Vedas? Goddess is presiding over various.
One thing I can directly relate this to, because it comes from the gypsy tradition of magic medley, is we have this something known as oral tradition, but not a textual one, something known as Vanaspati Tantra, which basically deals with our herbs and other.
And what about Shij Manosha, coming out from the canonical, this large tradition, the great traditions, coming to the like what in Western terms is called lesser traditions, which have remained at the folk level only and could not get assimilated into the larger canon. You have this concept of Shij Manosha. Even in Manosha Puja, like in most places, instead of washing the image, they have this Shij plant. I don't know what the English equivalent for it, the Shij Manosha. And it has got certain magical qualities, which are
that is, any plant which has a story behind it is invoked for its magical quality. Even in I'm not supposed to discuss that in detail.
Even Tulsi, Bale, Tulsi,
anything, rose, bale, anything. So we can do anything for anything. But the thing is, when it comes to ritual practices and god practices, I am very directly aware of that Hecate thing because of a text I came across, and it should be there, invoking gods in plants. But how much of it is there is something that I have to ask Georgie, and he may be able to answer it in a parallel interaction session on which. And had it been there, whether there are archaeological evidences which he has found, including manuscripts and everything, and inscriptions where plants are invoked, where gods are invoked in plants, except the one example of reed invocation of Hecate I'm talking about, is something we need to do. But since we already have it in India, It's highly possible that it's there, because one of the factors of Romani culture is they have very strong Kashmiri roots. And a group of Romani did travel over there. Plus, there had been a serious interaction between Indians and Greeks in ancient times. Plus, a lot of exchange of ideas was happening. And philosophically speaking, if we go into the Neoplatonic school of thought and their school of thought, it's very similar in their stance. So, especially the later Hecate cultures. So, it won't be highly impossible that they do have a culture of invoking them, because I already know of one example, so there should be more. And by that, I don't mean the new age ones. Again, the old, the pre-Christian practices, the pagan one which has been called as pagans. So that's anything else.
And should have plants connected with magic and herbs. We refrain from using the word pagan anymore. So pre-Christian or something which is not really Christian. So the shamans anywhere in the world would be using plants and connecting that with magic, either to cure, mainly for cure, and for other magical purposes. The Buddhist tradition has green Tara. So invocation of the goddess of green Tara is there. It's a ritual that is with the mantra that is done. Out of the 21 Taras, green Tara is one.
No, Buddha will be knowing this with me, and anyone who is into rituals. Even for rituals to gods and goddesses, there are parts where plants are offered and used, flowers included. And there are rules like which plant would go with which one and which plant to offer for which purpose. Let's bring up a small example of like we can choose to offer mustard for protection. And coming to God's particulars, they may function as individual entities who are pleased by offerings. Same thing is found over there also, because I am aware of this, that certain flowers and certain blossoms are offered to Hecate in their temple for invoking certain kinds of like blessings. And that is not just restricted to plants, it's to other offered substances as well. But yeah, we have that here as well. So when it comes to offering to Tara and other goddesses in Buddhism, because green Tara and her 21 forms is also used in Hindu Tantra in the higher parts.
Tara has 21 forms. Out of that, green Tara is one.
No, green Tara is the primary one. She emanates as the 21 Taras. And in that one, like in Sri Vidya, we have her uses. In Kalikula, I am not very aware. In Buddhism, that
no. There we don't have like here we don't have this scheme. We don't have this scheme.
In
Taras is different. Ekajata, Nil Saraswati, Ugratara, and even the Agama Tattva Vilasit enlists the names of 13 Taras, but these Taras of Buddhism don't fit anywhere over here.
So it comes here in Brahma Vidya, like the one who takes you away of trouble. And even there
that is an elementary concept. It has been further developed upon. But by the way, Shostik, you referred to the mustard seeds, right? But here too we have this mustard as what to say, magic elements to cast off ghosts, like in Bhutapa Sharan, we use the mustard seeds.
Yeah, same. That is basically what is meant by magic in their old tradition is how they use it in rituals to affect the environment. So casting out anything of the negativity or like invoking something, everything comes into magic. So the entire ritual practices does involve a lot of this. Plus you have these stories of plants invoking love, very close to how it is used.
And I found that story very, very, very fascinating and intriguing. That handsome guy, girl falling after him, and then the mother turning him into a plant. So lovely.
And plus there are stories of people, like very interesting things will be there if we have an interactive session. And I would ask Joitadi over here
beauty becomes
to
a
make
curve
Georgie and Orko interact once.
So Shotik wants to ask something.
Yes.
Shotik?
Yeah, I just want to ask one thing to the panel. And this is in continuation of the yesterday's talk that we were having. How do we name the study? Are we doing eco-criticism? If we don't rebrand or if we don't name our project, then it runs the risk of derailing into occult studies. The West will always call this as occult studies. So how do we name this project? Or what is our intention regarding this? Are we doing eco-criticism or any other thing?
This comes under the realm of esoteric studies. When it comes to study this esoteric, it's related to consciousness because we're dealing with how consciousness as in consciousness experience of the plants and how it is aware in a particular society, how the knowledge has been preserved and passed now. And secondly, all this comes into the realm of esoteric and not occult studies. In academia, there is a field of esoteric studies which has not yet been brought to India as much as I'm aware of. But in Amsterdam, there is the Center for Esoteric Studies, but it is purely Western esoteric studies and more aligned to Christian esoteric studies than the pagan polytheistic cultures of esoteric studies. And anything polytheistic will be very close to how we have it in India. And that's something that's very rarely addressed. Even these parts of polytheism are not addressed. So there is a big branch of studies known as esoteric studies.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anybody who has any more questions? Danilo, would you like to respond to this if you're here?
I'm here. Nothing to add for now. Thank you.
You have been staying in the Himalayas, so Himalayas has its own secrets. Have you found anything?
I see Rajeshi ma'am here, Rajeshi Akka.
Yes, Danilo.
What was the question again?
Please.
But just a minute, Jostik. I'm just addressing him. I'm saying that you've been in Himalayas for quite a while. So you must be acquainted with many of the esoteric, studies there, specifically in Kathmandu and the Buddhist Tantra and also the Hindu Tantra, and also the shamanistic traditions which are there. So is there anything that you found could connect to this? I mean, occult in a different way. Have you been in touch with anything like that?
I know that's in there. And also, I'm from Brazil, and Brazil also has a type of magistic culture that has some similar features. But I don't really have any interesting note to add about this. I just know it's there. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
I know of South American occult traditions, some of them. I think Umbanda is from there.
Yeah, Umbanda is in Brazil, yes.
All confused over here with one system as Western in India, but it's there. Like Indian version of Western occult is very Western. Because
and in Umbanda in Brazil, there is an interesting story about it that in the 1930s, when it first started, the Umbanda practitioners in Brazil first started to think it out, to kind of interpret the Umbanda tradition. They came up with the idea that it originally came from India through Africa somehow, and then Umbanda, it's the Om Banda. They tried to read it in Sanskrit, the connection with Om. But of course, that's all spurious readings, historically speaking. But there has been this attempt to make these connections from the start.
I would like to add on something to the presentation of Georgie, because I have had the opportunity to have series of interactions through Sarita, who actually introduced us, and he did visit India for quite some. Why does he discuss this part in a conference of spirituality and consciousness? So this is something I would like to bring into the attention before officially closing the session. There are two factors at play over here. East Europe, if we see the history, other than the fact that they were ruled by Christians, in that point, the religion was not exactly suppressed. I actually intentionally mentioned that in the bio office. And then it was the Ottomans who ruled, even though they had this monotheistic extreme tendencies. The most harm was done during the communist regime. What they did was, instead of entirely making it illegal, they turned it into a theater and a cultural event, which became more of a performance and a gimmick. And that actually removed the essential core spiritual, legend, and the cultural parts which came into the entire traditional practices. So very much like removing the really esoteric and the religious aspects, trying to erase them out, and then making it an entirely theatrical performance. Now, we should not confuse it with how we do Durga Puja in Bengal, because it has its many dimensions. Like we have our cultural and celebration part, we have our religious part. But here what was happening, they were making it an entirely theatrical endeavor, something like what happened to Wushu in China, or now what is happening to many westernized version of yoga and tantra, where things are losing its and it's becoming a form of exercise, and how Professor Timalsana is making a rigorous effort to keep the tradition alive even in West. Because even when I presented in WitchCon, I had seen this is something that sincerely affected the tradition of East Europe. And East Europe had its original cultures, which were, we should not call it shamanic, but they somehow survived throughout years of rule under certain oppressive religions and political parties. And it became very important to preserve the raw culture as it is. And therefore, keep when a culture survives, it survives in the mass consciousness of people. And if the spiritual, this divine aspect of plant is lost, it is lost. And this is something that also brings forth a message to us Indians when we are having this podcast on Tantra and so many Jyotishis and Tantrics discussing that we could do Vashikaran, we know so many things. It brings forth a discussion that beyond all these plants and herbs and everything used in magic, even in India till now, like I don't have any shame in discussing that it is used in magic. And we need to understand behind every magical practice that survives in India, even now, to something that is very dark, to something very prominent. It's not a joke that we should take it lightly and make it to something very commercialized and ruin it entirely. Then we will be facing the same issues that what Europe faced. They were losing the culture, they were losing the spiritual awareness that they once had. Because even for us, as Orgoda and I were just recently discussing, we had this tradition of invoking certain things. Because if we read through Banaspati Tantra, we find this, that every plant is invoked in a certain time, in a certain manner. Exactly how Bodhon is done in Durga Puja. You invite the gods into the plants.
Exactly.
Before that, it is done similarly. You just don't buy a herb and put it for Vashikaran. That's the thing. That is what is this entire new... Instead of communist government, we are having commercialization ruining the entire culture. So we have to understand the entire legendary and the things that which gave birth to this tradition of plants and agriculture, as to why Tulsi is not offered in certain places, why certain things are not done over there. There's a long history, not only just coming from tradition, but a history and an entire tradition which we are gradually forgetting. And it's even more detrimental these days because of many online podcasts and other things where people who have actually no expertise keep on speaking and discussing anything that comes up. There are very good ones. It's not that I'm condemning all of them, but mostly it's to get clients and do business.
It's like we too do engage in these podcasts, right?
Yeah.
Why don't...
No, we all do podcasts.
Let's
so
not
that's
be
a
more
different
critical
story.
about this. But
Yeah.
yeah, like we try to maintain the line. At least
We try to maintain the
demarcate-
line. And why George's presentation is important is to remind us that we also as a culture, that particularly the esoteric and the occult culture is in serious threat. It's in serious threat because of these terms like Bengali Kala Jadoo and many other
3 minute
degradation and taboos. So we should take up in academia very seriously, because if we see his presentations, there are references, there are textual sources where he's not giving a totkas of plant like this you do for this, but he's talking about how a culture started interpreting a particular plant and used it in their practices. So that's very important. And I think we
So
should...
ultimately, both the extreme ends of communism and capitalism are posing a threat to this culture, right?
Yes.
Both the extremist ends, communism and capitalism.
Capitalism, both of them.
So yeah, I mean, both are being, inimical to the the indigenous traditions, constituting magic rituals or whatsoever.
Joseph, please wind up the session because we have to
Yes.
move on.
So I hope there are no more questions. If there are, please feel free to put it in chat. If there are specific questions to Georgie that you wish to put because he's not available right now, you can ask it in the chat or contact them in the YouTube, and we will definitely put it to him, and later on get answers from him and develop it. That's about this session. Thank you. And I'm honored to chair this session. Thank you, Orgoda. Thank you, Joitaman. Thank you, everyone from Caesurae. And I thank Georgie for giving the presentation beforehand to play it. Off the stage.
Shagnik. Shagnik, are you there?
Yes, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you for such wonderful session, and it was so engaging. Now we move on to our next session. This particular session, ma'am, can we? Yes. Yes. The next session will be chaired by Professor Joita Sengupta, and the session will be a creative presentation by Adriana Di Chilo, a dancer, actor, writer, and choreographer and producer from Spain. The title of her presentation is Dance and the Body as an Audiovisual Medium for Self-Transcendence, exploring video as colloquial text and the impact of ubiquitous technology on memory, consciousness, and representation. This particular session will be chaired by Professor Joita Sengupta. She is the president of our Caesurae family, and let me introduce Adriana Di Chilo as well. She was Brazilian born, Italian, Spanish descendancy, is a dancer, actor, writer, choreographer, and producer. She is the director of Mundaka Art and Cultural Organization and member of the International Dance Council, CID, at UNESCO in Paris. She started her dance education at the age of 4 with classical ballet and has devoted a lifetime traveling and studying dances of the world. She had her formal training on classical ballet, modern dance, and contemporary acting, flamenco, Afro-Brazilian dances, Argentino tango, Indian classical dances, yoga, and kung fu. She has performed in 4 of the 5 continents, collaborating with artists, companies, and music ensembles from all over the world. Adriana has been teaching dance since 1990, having had hundreds of students in her classes. Adriana has a career in communication and corporate training and works as an L&D consultant. She has studied communication and media studies at UOC in Barcelona and has a film direction at Euskal de Audiovisual Solo Cartos in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I now formally request Joita ma'am to chair the session. Ma'am.
A warm welcome, Adriana. So, without much ado, I think it's best to go with your presentation.
Sure, let's do that. So I'm going to share from one of my screens here, just bear with me. And I will also share the link so that everyone can access it. Just bear with me here. Just bear with me, please.
Is there any problem, Adriana? Are you
No, in fact, no, I just have to share from my other computer just because for some reason Zoom is not configured properly in my laptop. So just bear with me for a moment. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Let me just share from the other computer, just that I normally work with one station and now I am stationed on another one. Just bear with me. Thank you.
We're running a bit late today, but please bear with us. We started the session slightly late, 15 minutes late. So I think all the presentations will be late by now. So after Adriana, it is Danilo's presentation. So please bear with us and stay with us. Shavdik, is it possible to share from your end? She had sent the files. Could you possibly help?
Just give us a moment. I think she's sharing also.
Yes, start. Yeah.
Can you see my screen at all?
There is an echo, Adriana, but we can't see it.
One of the microphone needs to be turned off.
We can't yet see anything.
Can you see it? Do you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
All right.
I believe we can see your screen, but it's not playing anything at the moment.
Okay, just bear with me then. How about now?
There's an echo.
And you cannot see my screen, right? You see it all black?
It says that you're sharing the screen, but it's black. Nothing is coming up.
That's so strange, yeah. Do you think that you could share so that we don't drag anymore?
Yes, we are trying. Just let
me just, did you get this? Because I published in a website format on HTML. And so it should be access. I'm going to share the link with everyone here. But if you could just, from your end, share it, because I predicted that I could have any problems as such, although we tested and it worked for us, but I'm working with a different computer today, only today. That's why.
Adriana, could we move ahead with the presentation because we are really getting late?
Yeah, sure. Do you think you can share from your side?
Shagnik is just testing.
Okay, yes, let's give us a few minutes. We'll try. Just a few more minutes.
Great, thanks a lot. And meanwhile, I will share here from this on the chat the link to the website, so everybody will have access to it. But it will be nice that we go through it together, and so that it makes sense. Just bear with me here. So here on the chart, you should have access now to the link of the presentation. All right.
Is this the one, Adriana ma'am?
This is the video itself. So here on the chat, I have shared with you the link to the actual presentation.
Okay, so you want us to share the PPT, right?
You will be. It's not a PPT. It's like it is a website kind of format.
Okay, so you want to share the website, right?
Yeah, it will be lovely if you can. Just because for some reason, I have a new computer.
Yeah, we will. Just give us a few minutes.
And Mac and Zoom might be something that you need to configure, further than what I have.
Is it working, Shagnik? We are actually 1 hour late, so I'm slightly worried.
So if you, can you confirm that you can open the link that I sent, that I share with everyone, Jaita or anybody else?
Yeah, just give us a minute, we can.
Yeah, I mean, all of the attendees have access to the presentation themselves as well, just to confirm that it's working. Okay, there you go. Perfect.
Is it fine now?
Yes, I can see it. I hope that everyone else can. Amazing. So I'll just start saying that this project started as an academic research. You don't need to move yet. Yeah, perfect. I'll let you know. Thanks a lot. Very kind, and thanks a lot for your support there and your patience. So it started as an academic research when I was studying communication and media studies, and emerged into my personal artistic investigation of a lifetime. It is a work in progress, so just to make sure that that's clear there from the start. And it is a compressed version, not without loss, of a much larger study that I'm still working on, right? So the name of it, the project itself, is Pain and Pleasure. And as we go, we can progress into the next slide. You can go ahead, exactly. So here you have an introduction that we have discussed already about myself, and the next slide. You can move forward to the next one. So before anything, I just wanted to comment briefly on what is my relationship as coming from a dance formal training as a dance professional, how I got involved with technology and became like a visual artist myself. So 3 short stories just to give you a little context in there. So the first one was when I was 11. I actually was in a family trip in the northeast of Brazil and without my parents, so I felt very free with my aunts and uncles. And we were visiting a pottery factory, as you can see depicted there in the image. And so I had a disposable camera back then. I was a child, still preteen, and I was starting to discover myself. And that disposable camera was a big gift my father had given me, and I was really happy with it. So I was just around that, incredible environment, taking pictures and trying to document that. And, it was a long, let's say, tour guided kind of visit in this place. It was a museum, shop, factory itself altogether. And then at some point we came to a working area where I got to see the artisans that had their clay blocks in front of them. And it was really just, it struck me that, that so much life was in that room, in that moment, that I could see the relationship of those, artisans with their clay and the way they were, forging the ideas into clay and bringing them to life. And so I was really, really touched by that scene. And I actually, started hiding from my tears with my camera and photographing that moment just because for some reason that triggered a reaction deep inside me. That aesthetic experience felt like a portal to a higher place in consciousness. I wasn't even aware of what that reaction was. And I was actually, thinking that it was something that I wanted to hide, was a secret, and it felt like something subversive. A child was not supposed to have feeling as such of such intimate immensity. And that's, when I later on learned about the poetic of space described by Augustin Bachelard, and he explained exactly about that, how inner environments can be touched by outer places, by space itself. And that was my awakening at 11. Later on, when I was about 15, I was in high school, and on 9th grade, we were proposed to do a project together. And I took the lead, and we started developing a project for the class to create a film from scratch. And in the process, I also learned that by creating a film together with the entire class, that there was such an interesting process behind and in front of the camera that we would united move in cohesion into a higher, let's put it, outer consciousness state as well, to create that outcome that was a high school movie. But the outcome of that for me was that I realized that film is choreography as well. So behind and in front of the camera, there is a big choreography happening that we all coordinate and move together in unity, in synchronicity. Later on, I moved to the US, and I was already 20. I was living in California, and I had some contact with the film industry. And I actually was surprised, and it really, changed the way that I understood how filmmaking worked. And just because it was so industrial, and it got, it didn't actually click for me. I was much more into craft arts and creating, an environment with my performing art that was not industrial at all. It was on the other side of the road, actually. So I didn't really get involved with that and continued my studies on dances of the world and music and world music in general. After that, I bought a video camera for myself. And what is interesting is that every time I was in different stages of my life recording and keeping records of, my development as an artist, something would happen. My camera would be stolen. The tapes would be stolen or erased, or it would be broken, or something would happen that the images I was recording would just vanish from my hands. And that actually brought me to have a great respect for, the way we relate with technology, the way we relate with media, and also how we record, how we use devices for reproduction of our lives and our artistic processes, when we do it, how we do it, and why. So this is extremely important for me at that point in time, that I started putting technology at a place that it was part of my creative process as a dance artist as well. So with this introduction, briefly, we can move forward. You can go to the next slide if you'd be so kind. Perfect. And the idea is, like I said, coming from an academic research, I started to develop the idea of the relationship between the human body and dancers, mostly as audiovisual mediums for self-transcendence, particularly now in the digital age. So how that dance videos have become so colloquial, and how that actually, having ubiquity on technology everywhere, how that impacts the way that we, process our memory, consciousness, and how also we are observed from the point of view of the community that witnesses the dance development. So that's the concept line for the project that I started. You can move forward. And the methodology I employed was something from a serial dialectic idea. So analyzing how tradition and innovation can actually work as balancing forces instead of overrule one another. And also understand the relationship between dance practices or dance routines and daily life of the artists in relationship with technology and imagistic representation. You can move forward. So the methodology, just to give a little bit of an idea here for me, when I talk about balancing forces, I'm talking about dialectic. In general, so we understand from a Hegelian point of view that a dialectic would be constructed by thesis, a point of view, an antithesis. There might be an opposing force, an opposing perspective, and then the summatory of both, that you have a totality as a resolution. And I just researched interesting thinkers that would not given the idea as a closed resolution as a solution there, and that would question dominant power. So I came across Adorno from the Frankfurt School and Joseph Proudhon from, let's put it, the father of modern anarchism. So both of them, what they do in their researches and theories is that how that we can question dominant power by not closing dialectics into a total resolution idea, but keep ideas flowing in an open, ongoing discussion so that we can have diversity in action, right? So what is important here from Adorno is that very interesting position that he adopts, that how that the world we live in is basically a result of a thinking from domination of man over nature, and how that actually impacts the thinking of man over man, and that creates a second nature for us, meaning that if we are more than nature, then there is always someone above us. And that might be the state, might be a religion, might be a club, might be a political party or whatever that is. And how he proposes that a way out of that might be reconciliation with nature. So how that we can get back into understanding, ourselves as animal human and start all over again, basically. So basically, Adorno also is talking about cultural industry and how the mass media impacts society. And another interesting point that influences me a lot is how he considers that, thought and reality are not the same thing. It's very difficult for us to grasp the actual understanding of reality in its total. There is no absolute truth. Hence, that's why the Hegelian dialectics would not apply, but would rather, let's put it, promote a totalitarian kind of view. And in terms of Proudhon here, what we have is Proudhon is, like I said, the father of anarchism and modern anarchism. And then his idea is more into also an ongoing series of indagations on how balancing forces can work together for mutualism and towards some sort of change, reform, or improvement of society. And the reason I put the two of them together is, even though they have different approaches, they both are questioning dominant power with their studies and with their theses. And also the fact that in one hand, I have the cultural industry with Adorno, his critique. And on the other hand, I have economics and politics with Proudhon. And I think that nowadays, these two things are very much intertwined. So that's why I found the bridge between the two of them, and try to use this influence from both. All right, you can move forward. Other than these two thinkers, I have other influences as well that have provoked also deeper studies for me, and I put it Umberto Eco as an important one. And particularly in this essay about a cultural industry as well, on Apocalittici and Integrati, which is apocalyptic and integrated from 1968. He's talking about the cultural industry again, and then he's presenting two main perspectives there in face of the impact that mass media has on society and pop culture, politics, and social change. So in one hand, you have the apocalyptic, and those are the ones that we'll be talking about, the tension between high and low culture, how you have, order and in order, and you have, the revolution that is needed. Class is not for the mass. You need to be initiated to have an understanding and to be able to participate in the debate. And on the other hand, you have the integrated, right? So the ones that will be mostly thinking about how everything is available there for you to interpret with the eyes that you have, and how things can be democratized for everyone. So that will be something like the lyrics from Pink Floyd, together we stand, divided we fall. So those are two opposing forces that are there from Eco's semiotic studies that I also used and that have really influenced me. And I tend to be, apocalyptic by nature, in a way that I understand you need to be initiated to participate in the debate. But on the other hand, as we have changed in society in the digital age, I also believe that it's time for us to move forward and understand things in a more inclusive way. So today I'm a blend of both, I would say. Another thinker that has influenced me a lot is Guy Debord with his Spectacle Society, and how he brings the idea of visual as interface, and how we have this, let's put it, never-ending shower of images that are more than just images, but also the objectification of the capitalist world. Other thinkers that have influenced me are there as well. So I wouldn't get into them so much in detail, but those are very important. There are many, many, many others, but I just thought that would be interesting to just list these that are in there. So Baudrillard with the simulacra and simulation, the new media from Lev Manovich, and then when he talks about not anymore, let's put it a cultural industry, but also a software cultural industry, and Judy Wackman with a feminine perspective to technology, and one of the most modern thinkers I would really, really, really appreciate that I'm reading him a lot is Byung-Chul Han, and the way that he brings the East and West together. You can move forward. Trying to rush here because of time, yeah. So sorry about the speed. If it's too much, you also have access anyway as afterwards. So starting with the first, like I said, the serial dialectics is like ongoing spiral, balancing forces or opposing forces. They are balancing each other and the never-ending discussion. So the first starting point for me would be how we started with imagistic representation from the rock art back from the upper Neolithics. So Mesolithics, let's put it. So where dance was depicted as ritual, prayer, and communication in general. And here, important to say, collective social expression, and where we had imprinted understanding of what beliefs and daily lives chronicles of the societies would be. You can move forward and let's see some examples there depicted. Here you have a few examples that are from, the first one there is from Bhimbetka, that's in Madhya Pradesh in India. That's the first, understood to be the first dance scene depicted in rock art in history. And you can see the circle dance that is there depicted. So it's very interesting to see that back then dance was already, something that had a place in society, very different than what we know today, and we're going to get to it, but it's already in there, and in a form of ritual, or in a form of, let's put it, representation that would go across ages for us to learn from. And on the other side here, on the right, we have something that's also from Bhimbetka, but in a later stage, let's put it, that's around 3000 before Christ, but also the Neolithic. And this is called the wizard dance. It's a ritual as well. And you can see how dance is also, being depicted there. And below you have other scenes that are coming from Spain. And this is a rock art from the Levantine areas of Spain. And you can see some resemblance there. They are, somehow within comprehended the same timeline or age in the Neolithic at some point. And the motifs can have some, similarities as well. So archaeologists have come together to, convention, criteria, methodology, and descriptions that would enable them to really say, okay, this is a dance scene. So there is a lot of studies that have been done in between East and Western, scholars and academics and archaeologists to have a specialized eye into cave art, dance scenes depiction. There you go. So you can see from different parts of the world how, dance has played a role there in society's organization, and also in the cohesion of how they organize themselves and express themselves. You can move forward. So moving forward now closer to what is the Egyptian area, or this is also half through the Neolithic. We have how dance was still considered as sacred, part of the rituals and their daily lives. And you have some interesting walls from different tombs there, the tombs in some pharaohs, and some very, very important rituals that were related to how dance had such a special place for this society. So very interesting there. You can move forward. Here, the first one on top, you have some, that's a mosaic from the streets in Rome. And this is somewhere in between 300 or somewhere around close the Christ era. And this is a lot more colloquial now, as you can see. So moving forward from what was, sacred kind of depictions, this is much more into the social kind of representation here in the place of dance in that society. Much further down in the bottom, you have two depictions from the Middle Ages in Europe. And you had at that time a difference between the court dances and country dances. And you can see as well how dance has come now to become much more like a social kind of event or routine, more than just religious or sacred kind of ritual. And then we have something here on the side as well, on the left, on my right, so it should be, on the right. So that's Degas, and one of the most important impressionist artists from the French school. And here he is depicting something called the ballet class. This is already towards the end of the 1800s. And as you can see, there's much more, a chronicle kind of representation there of what a ballet class would have been back then, with the master there in the center, and how that's changing now. Not so much the symbolism behind it, but also the representation of real life, let's put it. You can move forward. Here we come now to John Egbert's El Jaleo. You can see how the technique that's changed so much here, and we're almost talking about photography. And this is extremely different from what we have seen in the starting of the century. This is the 19th century now, and you can see already how the details in there and the expression as well is capturing the moment as if trying to reproduce part of life. And you can continue on. So basically, my questions, like I said, with the idea of the serial dialectics, I'm not into trying to find answers right away, but to raise questions. And some of the questions that I ask is from back then, before, from the time that we had the rock art paintings to the Impressionists, before we had technology coming to the picture for dance depiction or dance imagistic. Did the dancers participate in the production of the image? Were they there participating in that production? Were they there with their hands on? Did they understand how it was fabricated? Was it something that the artist would seclude himself to do, or were the dancers there in the room or in the cave or whatever, space dedicated to it? Were they there aware of how they were made? Was it part of a ritual? What was their relationship with time and space? What was their reaction to see the images after they were done? And what did the image represent to society back then? So those are the questions that I bring and that make me curious to know how things were done in the past. You can move forward now. And then what would be in opposition to that? So now we're talking about the introduction of photography. So technology is mediating now dance expression. So we have photography, film, and later video technology. And then what happens then with the impressions of dance? And also, what is the impact on dance education as well? Because now we're talking about an art form that's ephemeral in nature, that we don't get to actually, see other than when we're there witnessing, or maybe through the representations on the wall or in the canvas, but now we're able to reproduce with technology. So what happens then to the dance artists when they're able to get to see, how the actual movement looks like? You can move forward. And these, again, the same questions that I'm trying to triangulate and compare to the previous thesis. So did the dancers participate in the production of these images when it comes to the creation with technology there? Were they aware? Were they aware how they were fabricated? Was it part of a ritual again? What's the relationship with time and space now? How do they react to these images now? How did the community react? And what do these images now represent to society? So same questions, but put now in a different context in face of the new mediation of dance representations. Now we're going to move forward, and I'm going to show you a video about my reading of what we have discussed, what I have presented to you up to now. And it's a little bit of my understanding as an artist from the things that we have been seeing here. So you can move forward, and then a video will be played.
There is a mystical love between the camera eye and dancing bodies. While dancers are forever enchanted with the revelation of the movement printed on screen, the body seems to tell stories that the camera never tires to see, like love. The body is the original and most fundamental audiovisual medium. Dancers are like both artist and art, creator and the creation, carved in the body through tireless, devoted, repetitive attempts, like waves on the sea, not one like the other. When I'm dancing, I don't really see my dance. I don't get to witness it, because what I want is to be possessed by the transient and ephemeral spirit of dance, where I actually look into the evanescence of myself. That's why I'm probably so marveled, as if seeing fire for the first time, every time I see a video of my dance. Video records allow us to witness ourselves and continuously learn from the mysteries of our bodies, moving and changing in time.
All right, you can move to the next slide. Thanks a lot. Perfect. So talking about the thesis that we saw first and how things were done before technology mediation, and then how things became after we introduced technology for video dance representation. Then we have the idea of the synthesis, how these two things come together in a way, and what kind of, let's put it, conflict or tension from both these forces are there. Basically, video now has allowed us to create a new type of narrative where we can choreograph dancing narratives that through technology. So video dance, which is an analog to video clips, that hybrid art, that the camera is more than just a witnessing eye, becomes a choreographic element, and that becomes, for the observer, a more participatory experience. You can move forward. And here new questions arise. So are we involved as dancers in the production of these images now that we are involving also the observer? Do we understand how the images are fabricated? Do we understand how a video camera works? Do we have any idea how that goes? Is there a ritual for it? Again, what is our relationship today with time and space when we're able to manipulate time and space with a video camera? How dancers relate to the camera as another actor in the choreography, and how the choreographers choreograph for the dancing eye, for the camera itself. How videographers see the dance, how they actually place themselves in the middle of it. Because obviously it's not the same for you to photograph, let's put it, movement in general, than you being part of a choreography. So I say the videographers for dance must be like dancers in a way as well. Well, they should be dancers in a way for everything in a way. But how dancers react to the images and how the observer reacts to it and what the images represent to them. So those questions, they keep coming with more and more complexity, although they might be, similar to the ones we had from the start. Now we have more and more things to think about when we ask those questions. So you can move forward. So since here we go, another video.
When I choreograph, I breathe and inhabit the parallel worlds of my characters. Often they save me from my tragedies, and at times they drag me into theirs. And there is the camera, that witnessing eye as much as another character, a portal to a dimension where not one leaf falls out of sync, where tangible and intangible, physical and emotional, individual and collective, all merge. What really makes it real is when the dancers come into the picture. A part of me surrenders to their hunger and collaborate with their appropriation of my speech. It's like disappearing together in an embodied simulation. But there's another force inside me, driven by an obsessive rigor, that strives to transpose the music I hear into the dancers' bodies, at times like a mad scientist, sewing body parts together, and at others a sculptor that carves out of matter the spirit of expression. It's a mixed feeling of pain and pleasure. As much as I am marveled by the illusion of my image, out of focus oftentimes, sharp, highly defined at others, but never lasting. I know it is just a fraction of the surface, because there is so much I can't understand, so much I will never know about myself, just like you is watching me.
All right. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation, Adriana.
Sorry?
It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. We are moving forward as fast as possible. Jaita is coming towards the end.
Yeah, because there are two speakers waiting. So I'm sorry to say this, but just to summarize so that we can take at least one or two questions and a discussion.
Sure. Yeah, just because we started like with already half an hour late, I think that kind of compromised a bit, but I'm doing the best I can so things make sense, or at least somehow. So just to move forward here, and the idea is that, like I said, so stereodialectics would not be ending with a total resolution, but will be continuously adding complexity to the debate here. And so moving from that synthesis of we just saw how we were talking about more postmodernist kind of expression that kind of challenges the Aristotelic narrative way of starting, developing, and wrapping. We continue on here with the idea of a new thesis after that. So what happens is that nowadays we have camera and screen ubiquity everywhere. We are mobile first. We have dance videos that become colloquial. That's the new social ritual. We have the rise of technological emotion. So we are programmed by technology on how to feel, when to feel. We have cinematic excess as a norm, meaning that the fabrication of images now has become something that everybody is pretty much aware that images are fabricated. We're not anymore believing that, film is somewhere a continuation of, reality, but it's fabricated, right? Then consumption becomes a social expression as part of the zeitgeist as well. Personal branding coming from the star system back in the 50s, becoming influencers today, and how that beauty has changed to glamour. Competition as a norm and virtuality as a reality. So that's the new scenario we're facing on as artists today. You can move forward. And so the questions that, again, same questions we're going to be asking. And one important thing is I just added here that from Barbara Kruger, the painting that I shopped at 4 a.m., so much part of today's zeitgeist that, shopping and consumption have become a way of expression. So this is important for us to consider, but the questions are there for us to, again, ask ourselves in face of these new factors there. You can move forward. And now what happens that all that has an impact on how we relate to space and time. All that will be raising questions on about the human body. How do we perceive ourselves and understand ourselves and represent our bodies? We have hypersexualization impact of the body and how the symbolic universe of pornography is already part of, the symbolic universe, let's put it, all over the world. And infoxication and post-truth as realities. and the way that algorithms and AI is training our eyes and challenging the role of creative class. And also ending with here the new antithesis with the spectacle society, that we came from being into having into now looking like. That's the new value, right? So the whole thing's about how we appear to others. That's the value. You can move forward. And again, same questions are here. So we should ask ourselves in face of all this new problematic that we are having in our societies. You can move forward. So what happens to the body when we have screens everywhere? Video becomes an interface mediating our relationships. Now we're talking about digital materialism and how we are accumulating maybe not things, but images. What is the impact on memory and consciousness after the impact it already has in our bodies? We have an interesting concept of mass self-communication. So how I can communicate from myself to one person, myself to a small group, or myself to the whole world, and how that makes us feel alone in the crowd. And at the same time, on the other hand, new artistic practices that can blend human creativity and technology. For choreographers, now it's not anymore about the narratives, but we are choreographing worlds. And how we move from the representation thinking into the simulation, now the continuing of stories that actually make us feel that we can be in two places at the same time, connecting into the tendencies of physical, quantum physics and science in general. You can move forward. And same questions and new questions actually arise from that. So you can go ahead and ask ourselves, what kind of thinking that we should be exercising in face of the new problematic or the new reality. You can move ahead. And if I would continue to pull the thread from the Caesurae dialectics that never ends, right, with more and more things included, I would say that the next thesis would be virtual existence, and considering that how humans have to adapt to technology, not the other way around, how that can become imagined and materialize kind of world, and how that would lead us to a post-symbolic communication. Also that, language will be broken. And what happens when that can take place, then we come into a crisis of material property. What is property in the virtual existence? If we can imagine and materialize everything we think, who owns us then? And we're talking about, coming back to Adorno here, total domination and consumption of resources. So you might think that I might sound a little bit dystopic and apocalyptic, but I invite you for an exercise. If you go into your WhatsApp now and then search for GIFs, and just search as a subject for GIFs on dance, and let me know what images come to you there, and then let me know if you find anything that is like actual dancing there. All right, you can move forward. And then ultimately what my goal is as an artist, my idea is to just go beyond the binary thinking of apocalyptic or integrated, but really understand how technology suits my body and my mind and my soul as a creative being. Also try to understand a little bit how it works, so that abstraction is not ruling, my relationship with the word so much. So I'm also upskilling myself with learning how to code a little bit. So that software kind of thinking also helps me to rewire my brain in this digital world. And ultimately is how that we can reconcile with our nature in the technological world. So how that we can create art that will invite the young generations today that are being born already with the digital blueprint in their genes, how that we can invite them to, okay, it's all right that we use mediation to communicate, or media to communicate and to express ourselves and to exist, but that is something that comes from before. That's something that is ourselves as human animals and nature, being part of nature, and that we can do all that without completely consuming our surroundings and consuming ourselves and consuming the others as well. You can move forward. And ultimately here, just to wrap up, I have written, as part of my project, like I said, it's a work in progress. All this is a very much compressed version of my study. And so the idea that I wrote a rap, and you can have the lyrics here in the end. So you can go ahead and then read it after, just because I don't want to, take so much more of the time here. But it really basically kind of represents and summarizes all of the concepts and the ideas that I have presented to you today here in a rap format. So maybe soon I'll have that recorded by some artist that can do that, turn that into music. And you can rap on the next slide. Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Adriana, for this lovely presentation, and all the best for your project, which you are doing. It's a wonderful one. And I think you've come a long way, since we last met. It's about more than a decade back when you were in Calcutta. And then we had a collaborative project, if you remember, from Mundaka. And there also you have been using, this thought has been on your mind for quite some time, I understand, because there also you have been talking about space, spirituality, and how the body is represented there, and choreographing the space and choreographing also the light. You haven't mentioned that light, because you've used a lot of light and shade in that particular video, which is there up on our website, Mundaka. And
exactly.
Yes. Now what I find is that you are using a lot of postmodern theories of, of theoreticians from, not just Enlightenment, Adorno, whom you mentioned, but also semiotics, Umberto Eco. And also you're talking about, how such productions affect mass consumption, and then whose property does it become? Does it, become the mass property, or is there the ownership of the creative person who is creating this particular video? So these are definitely, you've raised a lot of questions, specifically in the modern times. Now, we have this ownership problem with regard to any kind of creativity that happens. Thanks a lot. There is a request from somebody among the members that we invite Dr. Rajashi Vasudevan for her comments, because she's also a dancer and an expert in Natya Shastra. Is she there? Is she there?
I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. Namaste. Just a few quick points. It was a wonderful presentation by the speaker now. I was listening to it quite intently. Happy to see her here because I'm also a member of the CID collective, the UNESCO CID collective. So it was good to see her presentation, which was covering a lot of ground from the traditional to the technological. Just a few quick points. One is that in India, largely if we take the tradition, we find that dance is not just something which accompanies the ritual. It is very often the ritual itself. So there isn't so much of distinction between the dance and the ritual. That was one aspect I wanted to bring up. The other one was she had mentioned about the fabrication of reality. In fact, in the Natya Shastra, we have two terms. One is called anukarana, which is a literal, manifestation of what is happening in the real world. which gets translated into a term called Lokadharmi later on. There is also another term called Anukirtana, which is actually a stylized representation of what is happening in the real world, which becomes later as Natya Dharmi, or a mode of a theatrical kind of presentation. And in the Natya Shastra, Bharata actually says that you can modify your content in keeping with the conventions of your time. So I would think that he was very far-sighted, and probably he did not think of the electronic media for sure, but he did think of what it would mean to fabricate a reality. And there are many aspects in the text which go into this part of fabrication. That is how you can modify things according to the situation, according to the characters, according to the plot, and how each one of them have a certain kind of impact. But eventually all of them, according to the text and the tradition, reach what is called as aesthetic pleasure, which we call as rasa. So these are two important things that I just wanted to mention in your presentation. And I could see that you were taking, Hegelian dialectical method of the thesis, antithesis, and finally we are all looking for the synthesis as well. So congratulations, and I'm very happy that something like this was part of a very important webinar, particularly because I find that the arts are often pushed to the periphery and not seen as serious enough to discuss, but I'm very happy to see this presentation. So thank you so much to whoever wanted me to be part of this and also to give some of my observations. So thank you to the organizers.
Well, thanks a lot, ma'am. From Caesurae, we don't really push, art into the background. It is part of our projects. So Adriana has been associated with Caesurae long back, and I just want to announce here, like Adriana has also proposed to me a project, which you might all be interested, the artists who are here. She said that there's a lot of dialectics about Kali all over the world. And so she wants to, she also has choreographed, a sort of a deity who represents Kali in one of the tribal areas where she springs from, somewhere in Spain. I don't exactly remember, forgive me, Adriana. And so she said that we have Kali in different forms, in different parts of the world, among the indigenous tribes all over the world. So what about a project if you put all of them together and use technology as well? So that's something which is still brewing, I think. And right. It has to take some kind of a shape. If it does, we'll definitely invite, ideas from all of you who are here. Is there any more question? We can just take one more question. Yeah.
Can I say just one quick thing about your comment? So I absolutely relate to what you said when in terms of dance being the ritual. And that's why I added that question into every one of the stages there. Was it a ritual? Was it part of a ritual? So were the dancers involved in the production of those images? Because I suppose that they were back then, and they still are. But somehow right now we have disconnected ourselves from the actual, purpose of dance in society, because only is about mediating it towards, something that is not related to, the higher consciousness that actually provokes us to dance, right? That's one thing that I wanted to say. And the other thing is, yes, Bharata, for me, Bharata Muni is atemporal completely. And I'm surprised that not outside of India, he's so well known, even, among the dramatists in the Western world, as it should be, because all of the questions are there in the Natya Shastra for sure. And the answers. Thank you.
Adriana is also a Bharatanatyam dancer, by the way. She has taken training in India, and she's also a flamenco dancer. Anyways, is there any more questions? We can just take one more question or comment from any of you. Then we move on to Danilo's presentation. Is there anyone? No? So thank you, Adriana. We look forward to hearing more from you about your creative projects. And we close the session here. Thanks to you, Rajashri ma'am, for your comments and your observation. And so over to the next session and to Oli to announce the speakers and also to introduce them to us. Thank you, Adriana.
Well, thank you, Adriana, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you, Joyita ma'am. Moving on to our final academic session for the day. After that, we have the valedictory session. This is going to be a talk entitled The Logico-Epistemological Role of Self-Awareness in Classical Sanskrit Philosophy. Will be delivered by Dr. Danilo Costa Lima from Sao Paulo University. Welcome, Dr. Lima. And the session will be chaired by Professor Godabarisha Mishra, Dean, the School of Buddhist Studies, Nalanda University. We are happy to have you back, Professor Mishra. A brief introduction on Dr. Danilo Lima. He's a Brazilian PhD in Indian and comparative philosophy, working on the problem of the nature of self-consciousness and the epistemic interdependence between self-knowledge and knowledge of the world, as explored in the context of the classical Indian philosophical debate represented by the Nyaya Vaisheshika tradition, with its intentional model of self-consciousness and that of Yogacara Buddhism, with its reflective model of self-consciousness, and their synthesis in the school of recognition or Pratyabhijna, as it articulates a very rich conception of subjectivity and freedom that lays the foundation for an epistemically constructivist thought and a phenomenological ontology that greatly anticipates the thought of post-Kantians such as Fichte, Hegel, Peirce, and Husserl. Now we have as our chair, Professor Mishra, who has been with us for both the days of the conference, and he has engaged us in his thoughts, his awareness of these ideas. Professor Mishra is a professor and dean, School of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion at the Nalanda International University, India. Earlier, he served as a visiting professor in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the IIT, Bhubaneswar from 2018 to 22. Formerly, he also worked as the chairman of the School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, as well as the professor and head department of philosophy, University of Madras. At the University of Madras, he was also heading the Center of Buddhist Studies as the director, and also acted as the director of the publication division of the University of Madras, as well as the coordinator for the university newsletter. He has been the editor as the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai, and was also a member secretary of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. He has also been the editor of the Journal of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, and has been awarded the Charles Wallace Visiting Fellowship to study at Oxford University, UK. He was also a visiting professor at the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, Oxford, UK, and at Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Mauritius. His main areas of specializations are Indian philosophical schools, Vedanta and Buddhism, especially classical and textual traditions. He has published more than 50 research papers on classical and contemporary Indian thought and comparative philosophy, and authored several articles, several books, national and international journals. Welcome, Dr. Lima, as well as Dr. Mishra. I now formally request Dr. Mishra to take over the session as the chair. Thank you very much.
Professor Mishra, are you there? Professor Mishra?
Yes, Professor Mishra is there. Professor Mishra, are we audible to you?
I think he's muted.
I did request him to unmute. I think could be a network problem.
Hello?
Yes, Professor Mishra, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
So Just a minute, just a minute. 1 minute, I'm going. Like Hans, Dr. Oli, and now may I request Dr. Danilo Costa Nilma to give his presentation. After his presentation, we shall have a discussion. Now over to Dr. Danilo.
Thank you very much for the invitation, for the presentation. So I'll try to share in the small amount of time that we'll have here today, some of what was my PhD research that I just completed last year. So it is a dialectical research in the sense that I'm developing the ideas of the school of recognition, the Pratyabhijna, from the Trika system of Kashmir, in dialogue with Nyaya Vaisheshika and Yogacara Buddhism. And I start now speaking about Pratyabhijna just to say that the central concept of Pratyabhijna is that consciousness can be understood in terms of two concepts that actually mean the same thing ultimately, but with different emphases. One concept being prakasha, luminosity, which is the phenomenality of consciousness, the fact consciousness appears. And the other is vimarsha, which is the power of judgment in consciousness, through which it judges that I am, or that this is perceived by me, and so forth. So these two concepts, they blend two vast different fields of discussion in Indian thought. Because the concept of prakasha, the fact that consciousness appears, will deal predominantly with the notion that something appears, or that consciousness appears, or whether it doesn't. So in other words, it deals with being or non-being understood as appearing, as the fact that it is perceived. Whereas vimarsha is a concept that blends discussions about oneness and multiplicity. Because as the power of judgment, it is what judges that something is one, or that, and therefore in judging that something is one, overlooks differences. So it's an indeterminate judgment. But vimarsha is also what judges things as many, in which case it is conceptually determining what it judges and allows us to have a differentiated perception of things, such as, this is a wall, this is a chair, this is a roof. So this type of determined perception in which one thing is not another thing, and that's what makes it what it is. That is vimarsha, as a power of judgment that is endowed with conceptual determinacy. But there is also the mode of indeterminate judgment, in which I'm not judging through contrasting, through making contrasts, through conceptualization, but just through asserting that what I'm perceiving is there. So it blends, in other words, these two huge fields of discussion about what's the appearing of consciousness and what's the judging of consciousness. And having said that, I will now go back to the beginning to discuss Nyaya Vaisheshika and Yogacara first, how these two concepts appear in these two schools before we can understand how they merge in the school of recognition and why that is meaningful. So the first point is, I'm discussing self-awareness. The problem, the philosophical problem in question, is the problem of how do I know that I know? How am I aware that I'm aware? And how do we conceptualize, or what answer do we give to what is the nature of this self-awareness? Two different entire philosophical systems can arise from that. So starting from Nyaya Vaisheshika, which is the realist school of Indian logic and ontology, from the Brahmanical side, not the Buddhist side. In Nyaya Vaisheshika, the nature of self-awareness, the answer they give to the question, how do I know that I know? How am I aware that I'm aware? The answer they give to that is, I am aware that I am aware through a sequence of two different cognitive acts. First, I'm just aware of something. Say that I see an apple, so I am aware of the apple. Subsequently, as a second act of judgment, I ascertain that I cognized the apple. So it takes two different cognitions to be aware that I'm aware. One cognition to be aware of something like an apple, a second higher order cognition to be aware that I am aware of the apple. So this means this is an intentional mode, a model of self-consciousness, because consciousness here, for me to be aware of consciousness, I must grasp it as an object of my cognition, just like I grasp an apple as an object of my cognition. I grasp my own awareness of it afterwards as a second object. So this means in self-awareness, I still have the structure of he who knows the means of knowledge and what he knows. There is still this triadic structure of the knower, the means, and the knowable when I'm aware of my own awareness. And in this sense, for them, consciousness is not appearing on its own. It's not intrinsic to the nature of consciousness that it appears. Consciousness makes the object appear. That's the nature of consciousness. That's why it's also an intentional model of consciousness. To be conscious means to be aware of something, to be aware of an object in that triadic structure. So as soon as I'm aware of something, consciousness is not making itself appear, it's making an object appear. And when consciousness appears as a fact, it's because consciousness now has been made into an object. Through this second higher order judgment, I made consciousness appear as an object. I realized that I'm aware of the apple, for example. So it's not intrinsic to consciousness that it appears. Consciousness does not appear to itself. Consciousness is not intrinsically self-aware. Consciousness is intrinsically object-aware. And it is itself made aware as a byproduct of that. If that is so, then that means that for me to understand what consciousness is and what the self that is conscious is, I need to apply the mode of knowledge that I would apply to any other thing that I know. So consciousness makes objects appear. So I need to, if I want to make what's the nature of consciousness be known, I must apply the means of knowledge to which any object appears to me. And so for that, I need to develop a theory of knowledge. How does knowledge operate? What are the pramanas, the means through which I cognize anything? Perception, inference, comparison, verbal testimony. And this model of knowledge within which, in inference, we have what we could refer to as a theory of inference, which is what they call logic in the West. So you have here logical and an epistemological system that tells you how do I know anything whatsoever. And the same model of how do I know anything, I can apply to know any object in the world, and I can apply that about over consciousness as an object to understand what the nature of this consciousness. But so for me to understand consciousness, I must first of all develop a theory of knowledge and then apply that to consciousness. But now consciousness is made into an object. So before I study what this object consciousness is, now I know how I know consciousness or how I know any object, but before I can apply that to the object, specifically consciousness, I must discern what's the general nature of any object. What constitutes any object whatsoever? How the objects are constituted structurally. And that makes me develop a theory of ontology, the Vaisheshika theory, of the categories, the padarthas, by which all possible objects of knowledge are categorized and understood. And only then when I'm in possession of this theory of knowledge and this theory of object, I can apply the two theories to consciousness to try to understand what consciousness is. And so then that means in this model, since we have a model of consciousness that is intentional, that only knows objects, that the nature of consciousness is to make objects appear. And since self-consciousness itself is only known in that manner, I must first develop a theory of knowledge and object before I can understand consciousness. We'll see that in Yogacara Buddhism, it's going to be the opposite of that. But in any case, once I have that theory in hand, I can analyze what kind of an object consciousness is. So is it a substance? Is it a quality? Is it an action? Is it an universal? Is it an individuation? Is it a relation between these? And it is through applying this theory of objects into consciousness that many of these alternatives are going to be denied one by one. And ultimately, you have to understand that consciousness as such is a quality, according to this theory. And the self, which is the conscious, is a substance. Now, what kind of substance is that? And then you have 9 kinds of substance in Vaisheshika theory. So first of all, you have 8 kinds of substances, and you're going to analyzing if consciousness can be understood as any of these 8 kinds of substance. You deny that that's the case. Consciousness cannot be understood as any of the 5 elements, cannot be understood as time or space, nor can it be understood as mind. And that leaves no alternative, so you add a 9th substance as the self, as that which is the agent of consciousness, the possessor of consciousness. And now, in this process of judging all this through all these categories, we have, therefore, first I explained the theory of prakasha in Nyaya Vaisheshika, how consciousness appears. And consciousness here appears as the appearance of objects. It doesn't appear as consciousness as such. Right? And now, when it comes to this analysis of when you apply a theory of knowledge and object to understand consciousness, now you have a theory of vimarsha in Nyaya, which means the fundamental judgment that they will take as the measure by which you will study what the self is the I thought, what they call the aham pratyaya, the mental presentation or the notion of an I. And although the notion of an I is a judgment, and that's not the same as the self, nor is it the same as consciousness, the notion of I, the capacity we have to think I, or I am, can only be had by a self-conscious entity, by a self that possesses consciousness. So that's the closest indicator of the self as the locus of consciousness. So you must analyze all those substances, all those categories to see where the self fits by analyzing what does it take for an entity to be able to say I. For an entity to say I, it cannot be any of the 5 elements, for instance, they argue. Because the 5 elements, they do not have the nature of self-unity that the notion of I requires. The notion of I is a judgment in which I take myself as a unitary locus of all my modes of consciousness. So it must be a judgment of something that is one, that is self, that is one with itself. And the elements cannot be that because they are an aggregate, which makes up the body. The body is by itself would be an aggregate of things. If the elements is what is capable of saying I, we would have billions of I's in a single body, each part itself saying I separately. So, but that's one of the, my dissertation, I analyze other criteria that is taken in this judgment, but the key criteria here is unity. That which must be the locus of consciousness, that which is the locus of the idea of I, must be something that is one. And the elements cannot be that. And so forth, that even the mind cannot be that. They argue. I'll not go through all these arguments now, but the key point I wanted to emphasize is that the judgment of the oneness of the self is the means by which all the inquiry into the self is carried out, so as to ultimately reveal what the self really is and eliminate what it's not. And just as for the Nyaya, the judgment of one unity is of central importance in understanding the self, the judgment of unity is of central importance to understanding any object whatsoever. And this is where it comes the fundamental notion that I developed, that central to the entire structure of the Nyaya Vaisheshika theory is the necessity of synthetical judgment. Judgment in which I take one thing as being in the locus of another. And this is what allows us to have the idea, for example, of substance and quality, the idea that there is a substance that is qualified by a certain characteristic. If I have this idea of substance and quality, that means I'm taking all these plural qualities that I see, this multiplicity of qualities that make up an entity, and I'm assigning all of them a synthesis, a unity that synthesizes them in the nature of the substance, the substratum of all those qualities. In the same manner, when I have the category of universals and particulars, when I have the category of universals in Vaisheshika, I'm also taking many individual entities in the world and seeing that their qualities, that are many and spread out in many entities, actually constitute a single quality underlying them all. And this is the universal. So basically, I need to be able to see oneness in multiplicity in order to understand the reality of substance and the reality of universals. So substance and universals are fundamentally synthetical categories that can only be made through synthetical judgments. And here, Nyaya Vaisheshika, the synthetical judgment of that is applied to understand substances and universals is the same synthetical judgment that is in application when we say I. When we say I, we are applying all the many qualities of our mental states to a single locus. Just as when I say that this apple is red and smooth and sweet, I'm applying several characteristics to a single locus, and I'm making a synthetical judgment. The same way when I say I am applying all this variety of mental attributes of our experience to a single locus. I need to make a synthetical judgment in the form of I for the notion of self to exist, for the notion of self to be revealed, to be known. So central to the entire Nyaya Vaisheshika system, therefore, is that they have a notion of prakasha, which is not sva prakasha, but para prakasha, that consciousness is not self-revealing, but revealing of something else. And the notion of vimarsha, that's central to the nature of judgment, is that judgment must have the capacity for synthetical judgment, for assigning a multiplicity to a oneness. And when we come to Buddhism, the second member of this dialogue that I'm making, in Buddhism, you have the entire absolute denial of these two approaches from Nyaya Vaisheshika. But first of all, from the beginning, Buddhism is a denial of synthetical judgments. If you take Abhidharma Buddhism, developed in Sarvastivada and the early Abhidharma schools, the entire Abhidharma system in Buddhism is based on the idea that no synthetical judgment is true, and no synthetical category is real. Because whenever you make synthetical judgments and synthetical categories, you are actually conceptually blending things that exist independently of each other. So the entire system of analysis in the Abhidharma Buddhism is to analyze things until you break them down to their minimum unanalyzable component. So insofar as you can continue to analyze something, to break it down in parts, you have not reached the dharma, the truth of it. And that means that all these synthetical categories, all these synthetical judgments, they are just things that have not been analyzed yet. When you have the notion that the apple is a substance possessed of the qualities of redness, of sweetness, of smoothness, this idea that this constitutes a single thing called apple is a synthetical judgment. But here for Buddhism, that's fundamentally a mistake, a conceptual mistake. Because if you analyze it further, there's nothing but the qualities. You cannot really reach any substratum. And if you analyze all these qualities down to their unanalyzable bottom, they are all independent from each other. They don't compose a whole. So there are no wholes in Buddhism. Whereas for Nyaya Vaisheshika, the entire worldview is how wholes are made to come together. In Buddhism, there are no wholes. So for Nyaya Vaisheshika, for you to perceive things, objects, for perception to happen, you need wholes, composite wholes that will be able to be perceivable, because atoms cannot be seen. For you to be able to make inferences and to be able to make even speech about anything, the verbal testimony about anything, you need to have universals embedded in them so that they become capable of being inferred in terms of regularities and they can be spoken of. When in Buddhism, there are no synthetical categories, there are no synthetical judgments that withstand the analysis, there are no wholes to be perceived, there are no irregularities to be known through inference, there are no intrinsic nature of things that can be communicable through speech. And this ultimately leads Buddhism to develop the Mahayana view, the Madhyamaka view, that even those unanalyzable last components of Abhidharma analysis are really themselves non-existent because you can't perceive them, you can't infer them, you can't really speak of them. So they are ultimately void as well, and therefore the entire reality is appearance only. There's nothing but the appearance of things being this way or that way, but all of these are conceptual fabrications. No? And ultimately, Yogacara Buddhism accepts this Mahayana Madhyamaka view that things are empty of self-nature, things are just appearance and conceptual fabrication. But still, if they are appearance and conceptual fabrication, there must be a way we can causally analyze how we give rise to such appearances, how we give rise to such constructs. And therefore, things are empty of self-nature, things are just appearances of things and conceptual fabrication. But still, if they are appearance and conceptual fabrication, there must be a way we can causally analyze how we give rise to such appearances, how we give rise to such constructs. And things are empty of self-nature, things are just appearances of things and conceptual fabrication. But still, if they are appearance and conceptual fabrication, there must be a way things appear. We can causally analyze how we give rise to such appearances, how we give rise to such constructs. Consciousness constructs, and things are empty of self-nature. All the knowledge we can have about anything is the knowledge we can have of the way consciousness constructs it. Just appearance of knowledge and how consciousness constructs fabrication, but still, if they are appearance and conceptual fabrication, there must be a way things appear. We can causally analyze how we give rise to such appearances, how we give rise to such construct as it is. And wrong knowledge is not grasping things as they are. Correct and wrong knowledge are just following or not following the proper rules of inquiry that are in the very process by which our very inquiry constructs objects. So it is a constructivist epistemology that in the West wouldn't appear until the 18th century, 19th century. How we give rise to such construct as it is. Discussed that these must be analyzed in these terms. Many times people are talking about Yogacara as phenomenology when they try to do comparative philosophy, but that's a little problematic because there are actually many different models of phenomenology even in the West. So when they say Yogacara Buddhism is phenomenology, do you mean that it's exactly the same as the Husserlian phenomenology? Do you mean it's exactly the same as Heideggerian phenomenology? So then this entire comparative project becomes a moot point. But if we understand that fundamentally phenomenology is an approach to knowledge based on appearances, is an approach to knowledge in which you are not concerned with objects as things in themselves, independent of the process by which they are known. But if you understand, we approach knowledge as a knowledge that deals only with appearances, and therefore you are concerned with seeing how knowledge constructs appearances, then phenomenology is fundamentally constructivist epistemology. And in this sense, in this definition of phenomenology, Yogacara Buddhism is thoroughly phenomenological in its methodology. So this tells us what is the Vimarsha aspect of Buddhist philosophy. In the Vimarsha aspect, there are no real judgment of oneness whatsoever. There are only analytical judgments lead to truth. No synthetical judgments lead to truth ever. So this is the Vimarsha, the judgment aspect of the nature of consciousness in Buddhism in general. But when it comes to Prakasha, how consciousness appears, it is especially in Yogacara Buddhism that a very significant theory is developed in the notion that consciousness is characterized by what they call swasamvedana, the fact that it is self-appearing. So yes, they say Mahayana or Madhyamaka Buddhism is correct. There's nothing but appearance, but consciousness constructs what appears somehow. And there is the fact that consciousness itself appears. If consciousness doesn't appear, there's no way that it will make anything appear. And if it doesn't make anything appear, there's no awareness whatsoever and there's no knowledge of anything. So it is intrinsic to the nature of consciousness that it appears to itself. Consciousness is not the awareness that I'm aware, is not a combination of two acts. It's not that I'm aware of something and then later I'm aware that I'm aware of that something by a second judgment. Consciousness intrinsically, by the very nature of being conscious, it is already self-aware. There is no possibility of consciousness being aware of something without being aware of itself at the same time. And more than that, the awareness consciousness has of itself being aware and the awareness it has of an object, which is what we usually understand as being subject and object. The awareness consciousness has of itself is what we understand as the subject. And the awareness consciousness has of an object is what we understand as object. Since these two things are inseparable, since it is only as consciousness appears to itself that something else appears simultaneously, these two are not really two different things. They are only one thing, which is consciousness appearing to itself, conceptually being divided into two, into subject and object. We're conceptually dividing a single self-appearance of consciousness and making it feel like it's subject and object. And so therefore, while in Nyaya Vaisheshika, self-consciousness still functions within the subject-object duality, in which you have the act of awareness and the object of awareness and the means by which this apprehension happens. And you still apply the same model when you're trying to understand consciousness. When you're trying to understand consciousness, you take it up at first as an object, among others. And of course, we'll deny several objective characteristics of it little by little, but still, it's an object-oriented analysis that is carried out. In Yogacara Buddhism, it's never an object-oriented analysis by which awareness can be understood. On the opposite, because here, it is only by the fact that awareness appears that there is any object whatsoever. And so there's no real distinction between subject and object, and therefore, the application of the subject-object structure to understand consciousness is a fundamental conceptual error. You don't understand consciousness by taking it as an object or as a subject. This is a fundamental conceptual overlay that you add to what is really the single self-appearing of consciousness. So this is an incredibly deep theory developed in the Pramanavada branch of Yogacara Buddhism, Dignaga, Dharmakirti, their commentators. And yet, this notion of the intrinsic self-luminosity of consciousness is conjoined with that theory of judgment that I mentioned, in which there are no real synthetical judgments. And in fact, they developed this theory so that this model of the self-appearing of consciousness can replace functionally the synthetical judgments that the Nyaya Vaisheshika think are required for us to understand the world and ourselves. But that's another point. But the fact is that here you still have this model of knowledge in which consciousness appears to itself by itself, conjoined with this notion that there's no synthetical judgments that are real, that are true. And that means that this self-awareness is not a unified awareness. It's not awareness of a single locus of all the mental processes. This very distinction between the locus of the self or the mind, if you think that way, as the locus, and the mental processes as what takes place in this locus, or that, well, the qualities that you assign to that locus. This type of distinction cannot function here, because this is a synthetical judgment, it's a false judgment, if you must analyze it further. And also because so fundamentally because of that, in which case Yogacara Buddhism will uphold the notion that even though consciousness appears to itself by itself, it does so as a minimum unit of analysis, something that is temporal, is at each second, each instant is a different act of self-awareness that takes place. It's not a single substratum that can unify our experiences that happen in the past and in the future, because the experiences that happen in the past and in the future that we assign as if they both happen to the same self, that's a synthetical judgment. It's a false judgment. There's no real one continuous entity to which you can relate two multiple moments in time. This is a synthesis, it's false, so you need to analyze it further following the Abhidharma method. And so consciousness must remain entirely simple in nature and not be any type of locus of synthesis of different moments of our perception, or different faculties of our perception, different states of mind, all of these things that we synthesize with the idea of I. When we say I or I am assigning to a single center a variety of mental states in the present or spread across time. And this is not possible in the Yogacara Buddhist model. And accordingly, just as this is not possible, it's not possible also, the substance, the universal and everything, as I said. But significantly, since it is this self-appearing of consciousness that allows the appearance of any object, it is this fundamentally phenomenological fact that consciousness appears to itself, which is the basis from which any theory of knowledge can be constructed. So here you don't build a theory of knowledge to then apply that theory to understand consciousness. Here consciousness is a fundamental fact from which you derive a theory of knowledge. And also you don't develop a theory of ontology, of what's the nature of objects, to apply it to understand consciousness. It is from this the nature of consciousness that you have to develop whatever theory of the nature of objects you can develop, because it is the self-appearing of consciousness that constitutes the objects. So it's an entirely phenomenological approach. It is the self-appearance of consciousness that is the basis of the theory of knowledge and ontology here, and not the other way around as in Nyaya Vaisheshika. And so Nyaya Vaisheshika and Yogacara Buddhism in this sense are entire opposites. Both in their theory of prakasha, they are opposites, because for Nyaya you have a theory of paraprakasha. The appearing nature of consciousness is to make something else appear. Whereas for Yogacara Buddhism you have a theory of svaprakasha, that the appearing nature of consciousness is to make itself appear. And then you also have opposite theories of judgment, of vimarsha, in which for Nyaya Vaisheshika, all the true judgments in logic and ontology, they are based on synthetical judgments. And for Yogacara Buddhism, all true judgment in logic or a theory of knowledge and ontology, they must be exclusively analytic judgment. So you have entirely opposite theories in between these two schools. And then comes the third element of our dialogue, the Pratyabhijna school of Kashmir, which, the way I develop it, is based entirely in the same overall paradigm from which Samkhya and Vedanta arose, although there are many varieties of Samkhya and Vedanta, so you can consider Pratyabhijna another variety within that family of ways of thinking. And as a side note, I also developed the reading that the Samkhya is equally a constructivist epistemology, just as Yogacara is, but that doesn't concern us today. The fact is that when we come to the Pratyabhijna, you have basically the junction of the Yogacara model of Prakasha with the Nyaya Vaisheshika model of Vimarsha. So you have here the notion that the appearing nature of consciousness is Svaprakasha, that it is self-appearing. And therefore, the Pratyabhijna theory of consciousness will, just like the Yogacara, mean that it is fundamentally phenomenological in nature. Your first level of analysis is how consciousness appears to itself. And it is from this fact that you derive a theory of knowledge and a theory of objects, and not the other way around. So in this regard, the Pratyabhijna incorporates all that the Yogacara has to say about this point. On the other hand, the Pratyabhijna's theory of Vimarsha is aligned with the Nyaya Vaisheshika theory, in which synthetical judgments are what is fundamentally true. Analytical judgments are dependent types of judgment. They presuppose a previous synthesis. So what is fundamentally true in judgments are the synthetical aspect of it. And that means that in the Pratyabhijna, for example, you have the possibility of, just as Yogacara, out of that pure phenomenology of consciousness, out of the fact that consciousness appears, you can derive a theory of knowledge and a theory of objects that totally incorporates the Nyaya Vaisheshika. Not in the same foundations that the Nyaya Vaisheshika built their theory, but still validating their theory in another foundation. Because once consciousness appears up to itself by itself, it also makes objects appear. And the way it makes objects appear is through synthesis. So objects inherently appear only by being of the nature of synthesis. There is no object that is not in its intrinsic mode of cognition synthetical in nature. And therefore that means that consciousness can only construct its objects in the manner Vaisheshika describes it, as substance, qualities, universals, particulars, and so on. And so unlike Vaisheshika, for Vaisheshika, these categories, they are intrinsic to reality as a mind-independent thing. Reality as an external thing is made up of substance and qualities and universals and particulars and relations and so on. Not for Pratyabhijna. They are not something mind-independent that are intrinsic to a mind-independent reality. They are constructed. They are a process of epistemic construction that consciousness brings about. But consciousness can only construct objects this way. And therefore, whenever we know objects, according to the theory of objects in Vaisheshika, we are knowing them truly. So the theory of the nature of objects in Vaisheshika is truthful, is validated in these different foundations. And similarly, now we have therefore the possibility of real wholes that allow perception as that become the object of perception. We have real universals that allow for general patterns of inference. And we have verbalizable content that allows for verbal testimonial. So all the different modes of knowledge that the Nyaya builds, they are validated, they are possible, they have their proper objects of cognition here, even though these objects are constructed. And more than that, it is through these modes of knowledge that the Nyaya Vaisheshika analyze that these modes of object are constituted. So perception constitutes wholes. It means that all perception as a mode of knowledge is in its intrinsic nature to construct what appears as synthetical wholes. A synthetical whole is the primordial mode of perception. When we perceive things in terms of parts through analysis, that's our conceptual overlay. So opposite to Buddhism, for Buddhism, the wholes are conceptual overlays, and the analytical content of that is what's real. Here, it's the opposite. It is the whole that is really perception. So, in other words, for Yogacara Buddhism, perception only reveals small parts and units. And it is through conceptual overlay that we turn them into wholes with identities of their own. And here, for the Pratyabhijna, it's the opposite. It is the whole that is the primordially given in perception. And it is conceptual overlay that analyzes it and makes it into parts and breaks it into parts. The same way, inference intrinsically, it's intrinsic to its nature to perceive whatever it, or to grasp whatever it infers as general in nature. So it is intrinsic to inference to construct its objects in terms of universals and particulars. And so again, this helps the Pratyabhijna answer the most difficult problem in Yogacara epistemology, which is how inferences can be true, since for Yogacara only perception is real and all inference is conceptual overlay. How can our inferences be true? And here the Pratyabhijna finds a perfect answer to that difficulty faced by Dharmakirti and his followers by making the whole primordial. The general is primordial to the particular. So basically, when the Yogacara says that everything is appearances, every abhasa, an appearance of an object, the abhasa of an object is fundamentally a particular, an unit. And it is only through conceptual overlay that we turn it into something general and universal. So say, I see an apple and that's the unit, and then I conceptually overlay the abstract notion of appleness that allows me to identify several entities as having appleness in them. So for the Yogacara, this is pure conceptual overlay. What is primordially true of the appearance of the object is the particularity of it. And then it becomes very difficult for them to explain how our general inferences, which are based on general patterns, can be true. For Pratyabhijna, on the other hand, the abhasa, the appearance of the object, is when it is in its most unconceptualized form, it is already a universal. It is only through adding more and more attributes that we make it a particular. So first of all, when I see an apple, I don't see an apple as an individual. I see it as the general of appleness. That's my fundamental perception of an apple, is the perception of appleness. And it is through associating that appleness with a particular place in time and particular point in space, with a particular relation with other individuals, that I conceptually overlay that appleness in general that I perceived and make it an individual entity apple here and there. So it takes conceptually synthesizing several categories to turn it into an individual, a particular. Whereas for the Buddhists was the other way around. It is through adding a bunch of conceptual overlays that you make it a universal. And this allows the Pratyabhijna to answer the most difficult thing of Buddhist epistemology in the most sophisticated way. And in this manner, Pratyabhijna also has constructivist epistemology of phenomenological basis. But this constructivist epistemology has a logic that I would call a transcendental logic, just as the Kantian, the Husserlian logic are. Because here, what's the transcendental logic in the Kantian worldview is what they call the synthetical a priori. That what is basically the synthetical judgment is constitutive of anything that I can know. And so therefore they are the necessary modes by which I know anything. And by analyzing these modes by which I know anything, this synthetical a priori, I can unfold the necessary and universal structures of thinking that allows us to create a logic that is not trying to correspond to the reality of any object, but is trying to unveil the modes by which I constructed any object in my epistemic activity. So in this sense, Pratyabhijna not only is a constructivist epistemology like the Yogacara is, not only it is phenomenological in nature like the Yogacara is, through its inclusion of Nyaya in a transcendental mode, it is also a mode of transcendental logic that again won't appear in the West until the last couple centuries. And in this sense, a lot of what these Pratyabhijna thinkers are trying to think through and develop anticipates in several centuries things that post-Kantian thinkers would have to do much later. So basically, they are trying to recover the validity of the realist categories, such as universal substances and so on, even God and cosmos and the soul, the self, all these categories that in the Indian scenario were upheld by Nyaya Vaisheshika and were demolished by the Buddhist scheme. Here they can be recovered, reaffirmed, relegitimated on a different foundation. By taking the same foundation that the Buddhists consider true, you take that foundation into such a direction as if they're saying, Buddhists, if you take your own principles deep enough, you end up reaffirming all that you're trying to deny. And therefore, this makes the Pratyabhijna a uniquely rich and powerful mode of philosophical thinking that unifies several strands of dialogue happening in classical Indian philosophy, and that anticipates much of the most sophisticated developments in theory of knowledge and consciousness, even now in the 21st century. So this philosophical potential of the Pratyabhijna, I think, deserves to be explored more in depth. And beyond the applications that this philosophy has in the esoterical practices of Tantra, which is also a very important aspect of the Pratyabhijna thought. But when the Pratyabhijna thinkers were developing this school, Tantrikas as they were, still they wanted to frame their thought system in what we could call a secular environment, not in secular in the Western sense of denying religion, but in the Indian sense of finding a ground of dialogue, of rational dialogue with other streams of thought that don't share the same scriptural authorities as I do. So I'm not going to dialogue with you based on the authority of my tantric scriptures if you don't uphold that as an authority for yourself. So I need to discuss my ideas with you based on the same type of modes of knowledge that you also accept, such as perception and inference. So they wanted to build their thought on these bases so that the Pratyabhijna could function as a mode of broad philosophical discourse and debate that could be carried on with other schools of thought in India that followed other types of scriptural authorities and systems of practice. And in the same spirit, we can also extend these deep and powerful insights found in the Pratyabhijna to the contemporary discussions in philosophy of knowledge and philosophy of mind, and find lots of enriching ways in which we can develop the Pratyabhijna further in a contemporary context, and also map all the different arguments and developments taking place at our time that could help further the rationality of the Pratyabhijna as a true philosophical discourse. So in other words, I'm arguing that these particular bridges that I'm trying to make allow us to construct a path for bringing Pratyabhijna into the 21st century as a living mode of philosophical discourse. And if there just a small comment here to close my presentation. Although I'm not focusing here on the esoteric dimension of Pratyabhijna, which is its application in the tantric esoteric systems, it's also worth noticing that these tantric esoteric systems, when they are being read in the Pratyabhijna, in the light of the Pratyabhijna philosophy, they are upholding the same, in one hand, they are upholding the same theory as the Buddhists, that it is our conceptual construction of reality that binds us, that limits consciousness and our self-awareness, and therefore binds us. But unlike the Buddhist approach, the perception of the binding nature of our conceptual constructs here does not lead the Pratyabhijna to deny their validity or to deny that they're ultimately true. These judgments, they are true in the sense of transactional knowledge. And they are true because objects do appear that way. That's the way they appear. They're not true because mind-independent reality is intrinsically made that way. But they are true because objects intrinsically appear that way. But instead of denying wholesale our conceptual construction of reality, what they will do is try to take our awareness back to the way we are constructing it. So this constructivist epistemology is fundamental to the esoteric system of Tantra, the way they see it. Because we are trying to go back to contemplate the way we are through our own consciousness, constructing the objects in the form of these conceptual constructs. So you don't deny the conceptual constructs. You want to witness you projecting them. And insofar as you witness yourself projecting them, you are no longer bound by them. Because now those conceptual constructs are not being applied to you and to your understanding of things. You are their agent. You are the master of this wheel of energies that are projected by our speech and thoughts. And this is where we find our freedom. And this freedom allows us to continue living in the midst of the world conceptually constructed reality without that being binding to us, because we are now the agent of this construction. So this this constructivist epistemological model is therefore fundamentally based, for instance, in the Kalika Krama system, in which we contemplate the wheel of energies of our cognition, of the way our cognition is constructing our experience of the objects. So, and in the mode, as the Kshemaraja and the Pratyabhijna Hridaya will put it, it is by not being aware of our agency of these acts of world construction that we are bound by our own energies of conceptual construction. By being aware of our agency of them through Kalika Krama rituals in which you are contemplating the cycle of cognition in the form of the deities of the mandala and so on, you recover your mastery over that will. You become the true agent, and the true agent is free. So it is an active freedom, a freedom that has a nature of the agency. That's the type of freedom that this system is proposing, therefore, which is different, for example, from the type of freedom proposed in other systems of thought in India, in which it is through abandoning agency that we find freedom. Here it is through true agency that you find freedom. And the means by which you find true agency is by applying in your tantric ritual systems of contemplation and meditation this constructivist epistemological insight. So again, this allows us to both link the Pratyabhijna to the most sophisticated discussions on theory of knowledge and mind in the 21st century, as well as to make these tantric esoteric systems more comprehensible. And therefore, it ultimately allows us to find a proper path for discussing these tantric esoteric systems in light of contemporary discussions of theory of knowledge, of language, and of mind. So that's it, and thank you so much for your attention.
Wonderful, wonderful presentation, Danilo. Yes, Professor Mishra, please.
Yes. Am I audible, Joyita ji?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Yeah. Better. We'll put up the fan. Okay. I have no words to thank Danilo for such a brilliant presentation. Like I was listening to him with rapt attention, and I was only trying to think how much efforts he has given in understanding all these subjects. Like to give a presidential remark of such a brilliant talk, which is pregnant with content and profound in methodology, is not possible for me within a few minutes that you might allow me since we have already run out of time. But howsoever, I must say, all that he spoke are very core as well as intricate subjects of Indian philosophy. And such a subject, such a topic is self-awareness, which runs across the schools. How I know and how do I know that I know? You see, this is very thanks a lot. Like if I go on speaking, I will go on speaking. And he has touched upon almost all the schools of Indian philosophy, starting from Nyaya up to Kashmiri Sufism, including all the subjects of course, Vedanta and all he could not do. I'm sure he knows about all those things. But what I would like to say is, this is a very profound topic that has attracted the attention of almost every philosopher worth the name in Indian tradition, and Kashmiri Sufism has taken it to another level altogether. You know what they say? I just quote Vijnana Bhairava. He knows about all these things. Maybe he did not quote Sanskrit. I will quote one or two Sanskrit passages and to show how it has been built up in our tradition. I will not go to Yogachara. Of course, he because of the paucity of time, he could not bring the Sarvastivada schools and make a discussion by contrasting them with and showing the similarity with showing the comparison and contrast between Sarvastivada and Nyaya. That was not, even that is not within the time limit. This is all possible. One thing I wanted to tell this very learned audience, in Vijnana Bhairava he says that grahaka sambittihi samanya sarvadehina yoginam tu visheshosti sambandhe savadhanata. He says the consciousness is the subject and object. Like a consciousness of the subject and object is common to all beings. But the yogis are aware of the relation, or aware of the secret of this consciousness and its relation to object and subject. And this subject and consciousness, how they are related, is the central theme that which he presented. And he brought in Anubhyavasaya of Nyaya, he brought in Swasamvitti. How if can consciousness know? And this is the main nodal topic of discussion of Yogacara Vijnanavada school. What is consciousness? Is there anything besides the objects and subjects both come under? There is no object besides the subject. They say. Advaitins take it to another level. And Vijnanavada school, Kashmiri Sufism, especially Abhinav Gupta takes it to a very profound discussion on this topic. He says, I quote Paratrimsika. Narasakti Shivatmakam Trikam Hrudayeja Vinidhaya Bhasaye Pranamami Param Anuttaram Nija Bhasam Pratibha Samatkrutim. This is the third verse of this Paratrimsika, wherein he says, if at all the consciousness has to come to act, consciousness can be known only through action. That is what Shankara also says, that Shiva Saktya Yukto Yadi Bhavati Saktaha Prabhavitum. That is what he says there. And therefore he says, this wondrous flash, that is Pratibha, that only makes us aware of that great principle called Shiva. I am very happy to have this, and he has shown also how the phenomenological content can be found like you can have a phenomenological way of understanding this consciousness, as well as putting it as a very, very importantly, he put it from the Western philosophical, like synthetic a priori. Like I don't think we can make a discussion. And one more thing he brought out, how these all schools are different from Naya, that Swata Pramanya and Parata Pramanya, knowing from itself and knowing from some other like a source. Okay, do we know that it is by itself? And also he brought out what is Swasambhitti, like how does Swasambhitti makes it possible? There are two things I want to take 1 minute, Joitaji. In there is a text called Tattva Prakashika by Chitsuga. He says, Avedyatve sati, it does not, Avedyat, it cannot be known, but Swa itara Prakashakatva. It knows itself and it reveals itself and it reveals other things. But Kashmir Sahib goes to another level altogether. It says only by Shakti Shiva is revealed. Very great discussion. I'm very happy and we are grateful to you, Danilo, for your such brilliant presentation, and thanks to Joitaji for bringing him into this great forum. And we had 2 lectures already on this topic. One is by Professor Ramakat Angiras, and yesterday Professor Timal Sinha also spoke a little about particular this topic that we spoke today. Thank you very much. Now the floor is open to comments, questions and the clarifications. Yes.
May I speak? Or Huda? If you don't mind. Engaging
I simply
presentation.
yeah. Should I?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Should I?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, sure. Please go.
Yes. So like I simply fall like short of words to express like how wonderfully and how compact the discussion was, the whole debate in the Ishvara Pratyabhigya regarding the dialogue of the Pratyabhigya system with the other Nyaya Vaisheshika Bauddha, and how like meticulously you have compressed the whole thing. I simply fallen in love with it. Anyway, like I don't know. I mean, I have 2 observations, if not questions. The first thing is that when we consider the term Vimarsha and thinking of translating it into English and finding a proper English equivalent for it. So why did you choose judgment? Because Vimarsha, can it be translated better as reflexive awareness or cognitive awareness? Because judgment happens to be a mental faculty and of course occurring at the level of deterministic thoughts. And Vimarsha, when it comes to the Purna Aham Vimarsha, then it transcends like all this Idanta, the whole realm of Idanta. Apart from it, Vimarsha has several other aspects to it, which, although apparently unrelated, have a sense of continuity because it is Swatantra, it's Puratta. And each gets connected with the other in a very subtle way, although apparently it seems that they refer to different functions of the thing. So how much does the term judgment do justice to the term Vimarsha in place of, say, cognitive awareness, reflexive awareness, and well, this is one question. And the second question is, I mean, should I continue or like after this is over, I should get to the other?
I don't know. It depends on what they think is better, but I will remember this question for sure. If you want to give me the second already, for me, it's okay.
Okay. Since you were referring to this negotiation between the Pratyabhigya system and the Krama, which Kshemraj does in his this commentary on the Pratyabhigya Hridaya. Now, when Krama refers to the cycle of yogini, the Samvit yoginis, as the Vameshwari, Khechari, Gochari, Vikchari, Bhuchari. Now, usually in the Krama system that we find in the earlier text, like the Mahanya Prakasha and others, well, they don't comply with the Pratyabhigya idea of Prakasha Vimarsha to that extent as they do in Shemraj's version. There, like I have been fighting with one verse for years, and of course, I would like to share it with you because that I find a bit, at times revolutionary or what. There is one verse from the anonymous Mahanaya Prakasha that was published from Trivandrum, and I have been I have discussed about it several places, which says that I'm just translating the thing that it negotiates with the Pratyabhijna idea of Purnahanta, or else you hardly have any reference to Purnahanta in Krama text. But it says that fine, Purnahanta is taken to be the ultimate repose of Prakasha in all systems. But even this Vishranti in Purnahanta, that again has a Vishranti in a higher state within Purnahanta. Purnahanta itself has a higher state. In what sense? Like, what does this transcendence imply? That in the Maheshwarasya Vishranti, the Vishranti which occurs in Shiva, Paramashiva, there subtle traces of samskaras related to the Sat and Asat remain. But when this, even these subtle traces of the Sat Asat polarity dissolves, then you enter into such a state of Vimarsha, which Shiva himself cannot, I won't, the way he has passed off it very cleverly, that Shiva is lost. In what sense he is lost, it has not been made clear. So, of course, it doesn't mean that it is beyond the cognitive awareness of Shiva, or else it would have fallen, that would have been a fallacy. So here he brings in Pratyabhijna, and that he calls Kal. And from that point from point of Shiva's consciousness, which is beyond his own cognition or whatever you call it, or objectification or whatever, he says that the Shakti Chakra of the Vameshwari Chakra emanates from that point, and that he calls Kali, who transcends Paramashiva in a way. Now, this verse or this whole section from the Mahanaya Prakasha, it negotiates with Krama, it negotiates with Pratyabhijna, it negotiates with Buddhism. Joitadi, again we come back to the whole debate about transcending this whole notion of Aham Brahmasmi, which we were having a discussion on yesterday. When having
I think we can continue with the discussion later because we are already running out of time. So keep your questions ready. Allow Danilo to respond to you.
Fine.
Because others are also there. Dr. Danilo.
Question also.
So I'll try to make it concise then, but I'll start making a note about the second point because it's easier to answer because I have a no answer. But the point is that that verse from the anonymous Mahanaya Prakasha is extraordinarily deep, and I really do not have my own take on it yet. So, but as far as the relation between Pratyabhijna and Krama goes, of course, they are different systems. They do not always align. It aligns in Kshemaraja, it aligns in Maheshwarananda, but it doesn't in others. So I only brought up the idea of the Krama just because since I was trying to more or less apply the Pratyabhijna to Tantra, I took the Pratyabhijna Hridaya to mind because that's, the first text in which that explicitly done. Of course, the Abhinavagupta does it all the time, but not under the rubric of Pratyabhijna. So he takes that up. But the point is that it is fundamental to the Pratyabhijna, this discovery of our true agency. So that's absolutely central to Pratyabhijna. And it can be made aligned to the Krama insofar as by contemplating the wheel of energies, we somehow also discover our agency, or at least it can be read that way. So it's a possible merging of the two systems that has been done by some, and I just brought that as a reference to illustrate the idea. But there are many complexities in the relation between the two and in that verse of the Mahanaya Prakasha that I couldn't address today. But as far as Vimarsha, why I translate it as judgment, I'm taking the lead of one of the first Western scholars to study the Pratyabhijna called Harvey Alper. And he does something in his article about Vimarsha that I also think is important to do that helped me to better understand it, which is before taking Vimarsha in the loaded concept that it is in the Pratyabhijna, we try to strip it down to the ordinary use of it first. So he tries to map within the Pratyabhijna text the more ordinary uses of it before we load up all the deeper connotations it has until it reaches the full outflowering in the school. And when he strips it down to the minimum application of that term, what he realizes is that it means more or less what judgment means. And that allows me to make sense of a lot of things. Now, what happens is that this judgment has two forms, indeterminate and determinate. Or rather, you can even divide it in more levels. And I did so following one passage from Tantra Loka, but I won't be able to discuss that passage now. I'll keep it in the more simple mode. But you have the determinate and indeterminate modes of judgment. And in both cases, the judgment of unity is prior to the judgment of difference and multiplicity. So even in the determinate modes of judgment, when I'm judging that this is that, which is the Vimarsha aspect that goes towards objects, that gives rise to the triadic structure, that externalized mode of Vimarsha, which has conceptual overlay, which has, speech unfolding, that mode of Vimarsha, which is a determinate judgment, still it is synthetical in its fundamental nature. And that's where the discussion I was doing leads, when that allows you to recover Nyaya Vaisheshika within that understanding of the nature of determinate judgment. But also, there is the indeterminate mode of judgment, in which is the foundation for all determinate judgment. So when I'm speaking about the judgment of objects, the indeterminate mode of objects is the judgment of pure being, before they are determined further into being this or that, or the relatively less indeterminate mode of pure universals, before they're determined in terms of time and space and become particulars. So, and now what happens also is that this judgment is not only object oriented, it's also self oriented. When you judge the self, so to say, and how judging the self goes, that also to understand that the Nyaya helped me a lot, because how to judge the self which is not an object. And that actually there is a good discussion of that in Nyaya that I won't be able to discuss now. But when the judgment becomes a self-judgment, there also you have the two modes, determinate and indeterminate, in which the determinate mode is a synthetical judgment, in which you judge that I am this, and this judgment of I am this can happen in the pure and the impure level. And the impure level is all the determinate and ignorant modes of determining ourselves as finite and limited. In the pure level, it's the consciousness of Sadashiva, which he knows himself as I am this. And that's also a way of self-judgment, in which he's synthesizing I and this in the self-judgment. But when it comes to the purely indeterminate mode of self-judgment, you have the pure sense of I. So that which the Nyaya considered as the Aham Pratyaya, the I thought, the fundamental argument of Utpaladeva is that this is not a thought at all. So the most fundamental mode of judgment is not a mental act at all. It is intrinsic to prakasha, to the luminosity of consciousness. The luminosity of consciousness, it means that consciousness appears to itself. It appears to itself intrinsically in a self-synthesizing manner. So this is what I understand to be the real philosophical content of the notion of Vimarsha, and for that, the notion of judgment helped me the most. And so ultimately, since all modes of determinate judgment are based on indeterminate judgment, and more than that, all modes of objective judgment are based on self-judgment, it means that the ultimate form of Vimarsha must be aham, I am, which is not determinate, Utpaladeva emphasizes, which is not a thought in the sense that I'm contrasting I am with what's not I. And so this ultimately indeterminate mode of self-judgment is the only true form of judgment, meaning all other forms of judgment of self and other, they are all they're derivatives of these. They're all conceptual overlays of these true judgments. So all the other judgments, they are in reality, when you analyze it, I am.
That's okay.
So in this sense, I think that the whole philosophical structure of the Pratyabhijna makes a lot more sense, becomes easier to derive and unfold the philosophical content of what's being discussed. Then translations such as reflexive awareness. First of all, the notion of reflexive is very ambiguous in English, to the point that I try not even to use it sometimes, because sometimes it means something similar to what the Buddhists mean by Swasamvedana, that it is not aware, it's aware of itself intrinsically. And sometimes it means what the Nyaya means by Anuvyavasaya, that reflexivity is a second higher order judgment. So reflexivity is very dubious in this sense. And besides, but in another sense also, reflexivity is also good in another sense, which I remember Mark Ditskovsky saying to me when I met him recently before he passed, that the reason why he chose that word to translate Vimarsha is that reflexivity can be understood both in the sense of reflecting on the object and reflecting on the self. But at the same time, I feel that the philosophical content of the notion of Vimarsha is more clearly spelled out when you understand it as judgment in this manner. But in my dissertation, I'm actually translating it in a more fancy way still, as transcendental judgment. Because then that also depends on some philosophical comparison with Kant that also I won't go into now. But when you think of it as transcendental judgment, it also brings a lot of clarity in terms of comparative philosophy, in understanding these in terms of the Western philosophical vocabulary. So that was my choice of translation, although it's less obvious in a sense. I think that if once pursued, this mode of translation allows us to unfold the philosophical content of this concept the best.
It will continue once they go to Nepal.
I think we should take questions from others also. Please, any other person would like to ask questions? Swastik, do you have anything to say?
Yes, sir. I have this one doubt about this simple answer what Srika would give. Even if we have this, even if we know that consciousness is Swayam Prakasha while revealing the other object is revealing itself, but say a dumb person comes who does not know it is Swayam Prakasha, for that you need to use something.
Tell it clearly.
A person who does not know it is Swayam Prakasha, even for me, you need to use the sabda that it is Swayam Prakasha to explain that it is your what do you say? To tell that it is Swayam Prakasha, you need to have it in the first knowledge as Anubhyavasaya Jnana. And then you can go into the Swayam Prakasha, then you have the realization of Swayam Prakasha. It can be argued that in certain cases that Anubhyava, one needs to know that a reflection needs to be done from this knowledge that because I know X as the object being illuminate, so there must be something behind X, so therefore it is consciousness, or consciousness is being revealed. So either you have Sabda Pramana, that you are having it from Shastras, or some other way that, consciousness is self-revealed, and then I reflect and know, it is self-revealed, or you have a reflective awareness where you just taking the object given to you, and then from that you withdraw and know that, I have this. So this objection can be raised by Nyaya or other schools also regarding the Swayam Prakashatya side of consciousness. And is there an answer to that? Another thing that I was having is regarding when we say something is illumined and it is self-illuminary, does it actually posit a duality when it comes, does it usually create a question, difficulty grasping the concept of something which is illuminant and the object of the illuminator when it is identified, like in the Swayam Prakashatya, when this duality is removed, that of the illumined and the illuminated, does it not create much problem? Will that not create a difficulty in grasping the idea. That's what, like, it's a problem I was thinking in my mind. That's all, nothing.
Yeah, very good question.
Very good questions.
Uh,
So,
very good question. Yeah, Dr. Dev. Yeah, please.
So as to the first question, that question also was raised in when I presented my dissertation at the university. One of the professors at the that were evaluating my dissertation, he raised this question. So the point for the Pratyabhijna and other Swayam Prakasha theories in Indian thought is that first of all, when we are discussing these, there is a technical sense of what it means for something to be known or to appear. So it's not as if, say, it's true, if consciousness appears by itself, it's self-appearing, but I'm not ordinarily aware of it, and then I need to reflect about consciousness, more or less like the Anuvyavasaya model, to become aware that it is Vayam Prakashata by nature. So, but the point is that it is not this reflection that is really making consciousness appear. It is the fact that consciousness appears that is being analyzed to remove overlays over it. So basically what they're saying is that consciousness is self-appearing, but by not being attentive to that fact, we conceptually overlay the appearance of consciousness and make it appear as what it is not. We make it appear as if it is appearing in dependence with objects. So this reflection that we do afterwards about consciousness is not really what makes consciousness aware of itself. It's not what gives rise to awareness. It's not when I reflect about awareness this way that awareness is becoming aware, which is the Anuvyavasaya theory of the Nyaya. So the Anuvyavasaya theory, awareness is not aware of itself at all until I think about it. In this Swayam Prakasha theory, awareness is already aware. I'm not creating a new awareness when I reflect about it. I'm trying to judge, to ascertain what's the nature of that awareness. So it's not the same thing. It's more or less the difference between the experience of consciousness and the reflection, philosophical reflection about consciousness. What Nyaya is saying is that the very experience of consciousness requires the second mode of judgment. And not that, and then beyond that, not only the Nyaya says, your experience of consciousness requires a second mode that apprehends consciousness. The philosophical reflection about that is a further mode still. So you can have multiple self-reflection modes one after the other like that in the Nyaya, which for the Swayam Prakasha theories is a grave defect in the Nyaya theory. But it's not the case for the Pratyabhijna that it is this philosophical reflection that is making consciousness aware. Consciousness is already aware. We are just confused about what's the nature of that fact. And the philosophical reflection just clarifies it. So this philosophical reflection does not generate awareness. It clarifies what's already there. So you're not trying to create something or add something. You just clarify what's there. And that's why it's not Anuvyavasaya. It's still Swayam Prakasha by nature. And as to the second point, that using the metaphor of illumination, that consciousness illumines, it might create the specter of dualism, that in this metaphor you need the light which illumines and the non-light which is illumined. So it will keep the subject-object distinction within it in this metaphor. And to a good extent that is true, and they try to adapt the metaphor so that it doesn't carry this dualist connotation, and that's when they will say, for example, that the lamp, it doesn't need a second light to illuminate. By illumining things, it already makes itself appear. It's not like the lamp illumines something, then you need another lamp for the lamp to be seen. So that's a way to try to adapt the metaphor beyond the dualistic connotation. But in philosophical terms, if I want to translate this metaphor of luminosity in a more philosophically precise vocabulary in English, I would call it phenomenality, which is the fact of appearing.
Yeah.
So when I refer to it, as phenomenality, I don't need what brings about the appearance and what is made to appear. This duality is not intrinsic to the concept of phenomenality. I'm just discussing the fact of appearing as such. And I think that's a good way for us to think of what these teachers are discussing in terms of luminosity.
Very, very good, very good. I think Swastik, Dr. Danilo has answered your questions.
Yes.
Very importantly,
Perfect.
yes, very importantly, Swasambedana, Buddhism, Anuvyavasaya, Nyaya, Swaprakasa, Kashmiri Sabjim and Advaita. And between Kashmiri Sabjim and Advaita, there is a difference also in Swaprakasa. Okay, because here it is it is like who makes it known. It is it is vimarsha. What question the earlier the person who was asking, it is vimarsha, anuttara, para, that it is all these things are made to appear by this Pratibha. So it is a little difference between these two schools. Very well brought out. One thing that I really liked is Kantian judgment, concept of judgment and transcendental judgment of Kashmir service. Very well brought out. I think time is not there. I don't think Joyitaji will permit us to take more questions. But it was a brilliant.
I wanted
Pardon me?
That we have to close because there is a valedictory after this.
That is what I am telling. I will not. There is not much time, but we must thank on behalf of Joyitaji and all of us.
There is one question.
To the
Mr. Mishra, let Oli ask. She's been trying to, ask.
That's all right. I have not dabbled much with Indian philosophy, Dr. Lima, but I do have I'm very curious about the consciousness. So from your presentation, I was wondering if you would enlighten me about whether we are looking at consciousness as being fully formed here, because can we consider it to be fully formed as a uniform point of locus, as a uniform locus? Because if it is being subjected to external, cognitive stimuli, then it's constantly evolving, constantly changing. So can we really think of it as being fully formed? Then in that case, are we really looking at it as, these, as you were talking about, these synthetical, analytical parts only, right? I'm just trying to, understand this.
It is a good question. Yeah, Dr. Danilo. The question is very good, very, very profound also, I should say. Yeah.
When we are discussing consciousness here, we are not discussing consciousness in all its developed empirical possibilities.
That's right.
We are discussing what is the fundamental nature that allows consciousness to be consciousness in the first place. Before we can discuss if it's full or not full, if it develops, it doesn't develop, what does it mean for it to be consciousness, and what does it mean for it to not be non-conscious? So we're trying to first of all differentiate, when we say that certain entities are conscious, and we say there are sentient beings that are conscious and stones are not conscious, we are intuitively seeing some difference between these two things. So we are understanding more, we have more or less an intuitive grasp of what it means to be conscious and non-conscious. But if we analyze that further, what do we mean by that? What do we mean by when we say that someone is consciousness versus not conscious? So it is this very fundamental question that is being developed.
No, I think what she wants to know in her question is, can there be a consciousness which is constant and dynamic at the same time? I think that is what I want to ask.
Yes. That also can be discussed. We can also discuss constancy and dynamism in consciousness, but I feel that she was also making a question from the standpoint of the empirical life of how we are going through life.
I was learning phenomenologically by talking about how phenomenology then is looking at the intentionality of action, right? And how we can relate that to consciousness, as a participant in action, and isn't that how the subject is constantly getting modified by the object then?
Yeah. So the fundamental point that I'm trying to make is that I understand that the question you're making is more or less having in mind a psychological notion of consciousness. So what a psyche is that type of conscious entity that goes through such processes. But we are just trying to discuss first, before we apply this consciousness to a psyche, to understand a full psychological being, how a full psychological being functions. Before we apply the notion of consciousness to a full psychological being like that, we're just trying to determine what it means to be conscious in the first place. And then we can apply that to a psychological being and then understand how that consciousness is constant or diverse and all
consciousness, if you understand consciousness to be the knowledge of self, you're calling it the self luminosity of consciousness, how it, keeps it makes aware of itself, it appears to itself, then shouldn't we also take into consideration, for instance, the historical factors that have gone into its awareness of it being aware of itself?
If there is nothing that appears to itself in the form of consciousness, how are historical factors gonna be even in play? Like a stone doesn't have any history to think of. There's no historical factor in the consciousness of a stone because it's not conscious. So you can't even discuss that type of thing before first understanding what is consciousness. So only a conscious being can have a psyche in which historical factors play any role. So that's a second level analysis. You first need to determine what it means for a being to be conscious. And then you can analyze how a being that has this feature of being conscious can have all these type of psychological characteristics that are based on his history, his context, and his gender, and all these kinds of things. They are possible in the first place because he's conscious. If he was not conscious, none of these discussions would even matter.
Very good, very good. Yeah. I think let us
thought then, coming down to that.
Please tell me, Oli. Please tell us again. What did you say?
No, then I was talking about how then it makes the understanding of consciousness to be a very transcendental concept as opposed to
See,
how phenomenology is looking at it.
This is a very large question, and
action-oriented point.
I think we are going in a different polarities. What he is trying, I think today, this morning, Professor Angirosa answered this question precisely. That what is suppose you take history as a phenomenon, the time comes, temporality comes, and again it has to be accommodated in the atemporal phenomenon of consciousness, and therefore the Kali, the whole thing comes. He was speaking about. We don't have much time, but he really brought out that psychological aspect, very clearly. And the psychological aspect itself is represented by Vimarsa, Shakti, and which only gives a form to the consciousness. And that is where there is a preeminence of Trika on all other schools of non-dualistic thinking in Indian tradition. I don't think you can. Your question is very well taken. It is a brilliant question, and we don't have much time to.
Thank you.
Addressing my question. Make the answer possible. Therefore, let me close this session by thanking all of you and Dr. Danilo. Brilliant presentation, and hope we will have the occasion to listen to you again and more of interaction on such topics which are not usually known to many. I thought many people will not be able to understand Dr. what Danilo was talking all about, because it requires a lot of deep penetration into many schools of Indian philosophy. He is bringing at a time in this in his presentation. I'm very happy that he has done it very beautifully, very profound manner. Thanks to Jaitaji for giving this floor, providing this floor for such a wonderful discussion and taking in interest in such discussion. I don't think many people will have the interest at all on these things. So with these words, I close this session. Over to Dr. Sengupta for announcement of the next session. Dr. Jaitaji.
The next session is the valedictory session. I think the conversation that Oli had begun, you can continue with Danilo later on. I'll pass on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yep.
Very, very good. Only your questions are very proper. Yeah.
I request every one of you to stay with us because we have the valedictory session, and over to you, Oli, to briefly introduce the valedictory speaker and the chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. Once again, thank you, Dr. Lima, for that very thought-provoking discussion. And now we have our valedictory session by none other than Sri Mahesh Venkataraman, the Managing Director of Accenture. He is a technology leader, as we all know, interdisciplinary thinker and keynote speaker whose work bridges artificial intelligence, systems thinking, and philosophical inquiry. He holds 24 patents in the application of AI to software engineering and a frequent speaker at international conferences, as well as a visiting faculty member at IIMs, IITs, and other premier institutions. With over 38 years of experience in the IT industry, Mr. Venkataraman brings a deep understanding of how complex systems from distributed architectures to living systems evolve and self-organize. As a managing director at Accenture, he leads AI-driven innovation in enterprise automation and IT modernization. His intellectual curiosity extends beyond the technical realm, drawing from Eastern philosophy, phenomenology, and aesthetics to explore the deeper structures of mind, meaning, and consciousness. And this valedictory session will be chaired by Dr. Bhaskar Sengupta, who is a structural engineer and consultant in heritage and environment. Dr. Sengupta is a serious environment lover and expert in environment protection for the last 2 decades. He has experience of 38 years working in various departments of central and state government institutions and establishments in India. His PhD is on heritage structure restoration, and he's also an MTech from IIT Delhi. He has been the head of the department in the Department of Environmental Studies in Rabindra Bharati University and an honorary faculty member in the Civil Engineering Department of Jadavpur University. He has visited the United States of America, Canada, and Europe for his work and research and has several international publications. He is presently a heritage and environment consultant. So I welcome both Sri Venkataraman and Dr. Sengupta to our wonderful platform. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Mr. Venkataraman. And the platform is all yours for the discussion to begin.
Good evening, all the delegates and presenters. We have a very 2 days of eventful presentations, deliberations. We were engrossed with the different queries and deliberations made. So we are going to the last thing of this session, our online session, the valedictory speech. So may I request Mahesh Venkataraman to deliver his valedictory address. Mahesh Venkataraman, please.
It has to be shared.
Hi, respected dignitaries, esteemed scholars, artists, and seekers of wisdom. So the topic that I'm going to talk about today is mind and meaning, rethinking consciousness beyond empiricism. In the past 2 days, we've had explored some of the most fundamental questions of human existence, which is what is consciousness? How do we experience consciousness? Is reality something objective, or is it shaped by perception? Can empirical science truly capture the richness of human experience, or must we expand our ways of knowing and knowledge? These questions shape how we interpret this world, engage with knowledge, and define what it means to be human. So this was a gathering of diverse perspectives This conference has brought together philosophers, artists, musicians, scientists, scholars, cultural people, each offering unique insights into the nature of what is consciousness and its diverse manifestation across various disciplines. So we've seen how philosophy broadens our intellectual frameworks. We've heard how music and rhythm influence cognition and thought. We have explored how art, ritual, storytelling serve as pathways to deeper understanding. We have discussed how science through psychology, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence attempts to map consciousness. But what unites all these diverse discussions is a fundamental challenge. How do we synthesize all these various perspectives, each of which is fully valid? And then we come to the limits of empirical inquiry, which governs the scientific world as we know today. Modern science has made tremendous progress in explaining the brain's biological and computational functions. We can measure brain activity, but can we measure awareness? We can observe neural patterns, but can we quantify love, beauty, intuition, and transcendence? Some of the most profound experiences remain beyond the grasp of measurement. So this forces us to ask, what kind of knowledge are we leaving out because we are so empirical in our scientific approach? Is something less real simply because it cannot be measured, it cannot be quantified? Should we limit a pursuit of truth to only what that can be measured, empirically validated? Thus, as we conclude this conference, I invite you to reflect on how we can move beyond the constraints of empirical knowledge to embrace a more integrated approach, one that values direct experience, intuition, and subjective awareness as legitimate modes of knowing. Let us now revisit some of the key insights shared by our distinguished speakers in the last days, as they have laid the groundwork for this inquiry on which we build today the further ideas, the building of ideas, edifice of ideas. So the diverse discussions we've had engaged in, whether on music, dance, aesthetics, philosophy, or folk traditions, point to a deeper truth. Reality is not just something we observe, it is something our consciousness actively constructs. This brings us to an essential realization. What is the relationship between mind and reality? Is mind the architect of reality? Most likely, yes. Is mind the observer of reality, as Vedantic thought teaches us? Yes. So one of the profound realizations emerging from this conference is that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality. It actually constructs reality. We often assume that reality exists independently of us because the scientific temper, as we know today, the paradigm here is that we are outside what we observe physically, and the universe is outside of us. And so we observe and we make empirical experiments, we discover scientific truth, and that our minds merely perceive reality. But phenomenology, epistemology, and ontology, they challenge this assumption and force us to ask, what if reality is not absolute, but contingent on our perception? If knowledge itself is mental construct, can we ever know truth independent of the mind? Does the world exist as it is, or is it fundamentally shaped by consciousness? To explore these questions, let us break them down into three philosophical perspectives. First is phenomenology, which is reality structured through perception. Phenomenology, as proposed by Edmund and Morris, teaches us that there is no reality independent of perception. Now, this may be true to a point, and there could be difference of views that there is reality outside of these perceptions. But for the purpose of this discussion, we are going to limit our discussion to what we can perceive. And though there could be a reality outside perception, we limit our discussions to what we can perceive and relate to, with the reality outside the mind as the ideal. So consider these examples, like two people standing at the same location might see, feel, and interpret environment differently. A trained artist sees shades, textures, and composition in a scene that an untrained observer might overlook. So a physicist perceives gravitational forces, atomic interactions, and mathematical relationships in the same physical space where another simply sees an empty room. So what this tells us is that reality is not objective and absolute. It is deeply tied to who is observing, how they are observing. Let me remind you again that yes, there could be an absolute reality outside of the perception, but we are not getting into it at this point. So a profound example is a Rubin vase illusion, where the same image can be seen as either two faces or a single vase. The external stimulus does not change, only the perception does. This proves that mind constructs its own interpretation of reality, and what we call truth is often a selected version of what is possible to perceive. Now, if this is true for simple visual stimuli, imagine how much of what we take as reality is actually a construct of the mind. Another compelling analogy from quantum mechanics is that Schrodinger's cat paradox, where a cat inside a box is both alive and dead until observed. This paradox suggests that reality does not have a fixed state until it is measured or perceived. This brings us to the question that, the question that we have to wonder is, how come the same so-called scientific truth that was discovered a few decades ago is refuted by the same science which discovered the earlier truth? So the best example is quantum mechanics versus Newtonian mechanics. We know both are true. And we know, for example, that matter could be seen as energy or as physical entity, right? So the first, as I said, was phenomenology. Second is epistemology, which is knowledge as we know it, knowledge as a mental construct. So epistemology, the study of knowledge, further reinforces this. Knowledge is not simply discovered. It is constructed based on experience and cognition. So even scientific truths evolve, like Newtonian physics versus quantum physics, quantum mechanics. What was considered to be absolute fact is often revised with a new paradigm. So quantum mechanics is now further challenged. Even it has further challenged even Einsteinian notions of fixed reality, showing that an observer can influence the outcome of an experiment. This raises the question: if knowledge is mind dependent, how do we talk about an objective world beyond the mind? So Einstein himself recognized this limitation when he famously said, "Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts." In other words, truth extends beyond mere measurement. What is meaningful may not be measurable, and what is measurable may not be meaningful. And this happens truly, very much true in corporates, wherein we have told ourselves in corporates, I'm from corporate, I'm a technologist, that what you cannot measure, you cannot control. There is this obsession about measurement, measuring everything, and trying to measure even things that are immeasurable, and not measuring or not qualifying things that are really important for people to work in an organization as a social collaborative network. So theoretical knowledge is definitely useful, but it cannot replace direct experience. Thus, reality as we know it is not simply observed, it is continuously being constructed by the mind. So we spoke about phenomenology, we spoke about epistemology. Third is ontology. Does reality exist outside the mind? So the ontology, the study of being and existence, challenges us the question whether there is reality outside of the mind, or if all that exists is an interpretation woven by consciousness itself. Let us consider two perspectives. First is materialistic view. The world exists independent of the observer. The mind simply observes it as it is. In this materialistic view, we consider ourselves living entities like us, like human beings, outside of the world, separated from the world, as though a machine is looking at, a camera is looking at the world outside itself. The Vedantic view, or the classical Eastern view is world as we experience. It's a projection of consciousness and shaped by the way the mind perceives and organizes information. The Vedantic perspective argues that our experience of the world is not separate from our consciousness, right? So these both positions, can we reconcile these positions and combine these, synthesize this into a postmodern, so-called postmodern scientific approach, so that we don't end up missing out a lot of truth because we are stuck to empirical approach in science. So world, there is a universe, a vast intelligence, a substratum on which the mind has been built. So but then we have to make Vedanta relatable to the level of the common man, even if we have to dilute it with a clear understanding that we are diluting it, because otherwise we end up our discourses end up becoming something which we cannot experience soul. So many of these Vedantic highest ideals are difficult to grasp unless they are made relatable to direct experience. However, if we begin by examining the mind, we can create a bridge to deeper understanding. Instead of speaking about consciousness in an abstract way, let us begin with how the mind organizes reality and structures it and presents it to us. Instead of discussing self-realization as a mystical goal, which is required when we sit in a personal space and want to contemplate or worship a personal deity, that is very valid. But in public, instead of discussing self-realization, can we talk about how self-awareness changes perception in daily life? Instead of debating whether the world is a real or illusion, we must ask, how does our perception of its shape? How does our perception of the world shape our lived experience? How can we integrate Vedantic wisdom into our daily life? This means that we must distill Vedantic concepts into experiences that are accessible today, even if that means dilution of Vedantic thought or Eastern philosophy or Western philosophy, as long as we do with clarity and awareness of why it is being done. One of the biggest misinterpretation in translating Sanskrit or any classical language is the way, for example, Maya is commonly rendered in translation as illusion. So when you say the world is Maya, so it's an illusion. Is it an illusion really? Do we experience the world as an illusion? I don't think so. I don't experience the world as illusion. It may be true at a different level, paramarthika level, but at a vyavaharika level, the world is as real as anything else that I can perceive. But if we mean illusion as something completely false, we misinterpret the concept. We misinterpret the original thinker of Advaita. He never called it illusion, right? Instead, if Maya is a cognitive process, a way in which mind organizes, categorizes, and structures our experience and our sense of reality. A framework. So the mind shapes reality. Every day, my memories of the past change over time, not because the past itself changes, because the mind reconstructs it differently each time we recall it. This means that our experience of life is deeply mind dependent. If we recognize that perception is fluid, that knowledge is shaped by mental constructs, and that reality is an engagement of the mind with the world, we become less rigid in our beliefs, more open to experience, more aware of how consciousness is shaping our personal and collective worlds. So if our reality is shaped by the mind, then how do we deepen our understanding of it? For far too long, we relied on external measurements, assuming that only what is measurable is real. But as we shall see, the most profound aspects of life, love, intuition, beauty, cannot be reduced to numbers. This takes us to the limits of empiricism and the need for a broader approach which does not reject empiricism but goes beyond it to embrace other forms of knowing and knowledge. So the need for experiential knowledge to complement empirical knowledge. For centuries, science has thrived on measurement and empirical validation. If something cannot be seen, quantified, tested, it is often dismissed as subjective or unreliable. This method has given us extraordinary technological and medical advancements, but it has also narrowed the way we define reality. So let us ask ourselves, can everything that truly matters be measured? Many of the history's greatest discoveries, scientific, literary, and artistic, begin with a gut feel, a dream, or a moment of inspiration. Now, if you read the works of great scientists like Newton, their notebooks are so profound, balancing poetry, beauty of words with scientific empiricism. They start with a hypothesis, they start with the imagination, and then they go on to narrowing it down to hypothesis, testing, and proving the hypothesis. And then they repeat this. So what we understand from this is that true scientific approach is a synthesis of intuitive, imaginative, open-ended thinking, balanced by more logical, more convergent, and reductionist thinking. We need more expansionist and reductionist approach to discovering new knowledge that has been denied to us or that has been rejected as non-scientific. Right? And this happens everywhere. This happens in medicine. We have the modern medicine relies on empirical evidence, relies on statistical significance. But we know statistical significance. People who have studied statistics understand that statistical significance and correlation is not causation. But often modern medicine makes this mistake of arriving at definitive truth based on statistical significance and correlation. So often this reasoning and inference is flawed, but that part is never spoken about, because everyone believes, the world believes, that the modern science or modern medicine is all about science, whereas traditional medicine, whichever country it is, which is based on other non-scientific approaches like faith healing or sound or smell or any of the sense-based healing, is not scientific. They dismiss placebo as unscientific. But then if placebo is able to cure, so be it. Why not? So this does not mean that empirical science is flawed. It just means that it is incomplete when dealing with consciousness and subjective experience. If science has evolved from Newtonian determinism to quantum uncertainty, why should consciousness studies remain rigidly empirical? Just as physics had to expand its boundaries to include quantum mechanics, so too must we expand the boundaries of consciousness research. Thus, if we have to truly understand consciousness, we must expand our framework of knowledge to include three complementary ways of knowing, which is how do we complement empirical evidence-based knowledge acquisition with experiential and self-knowledge, which is so how do we expand the scientific framework without abandoning scientific framework? How do we synthesize that with complementary approach? It is not about rejection of science, but the science must recognize that certain aspects of reality cannot be reduced to numbers and measurements. So theories of consciousness must include direct experience as part of legitimate study. Interdisciplinary approaches bridging empirical methods, experiential practices, and experiential insights are needed to create a fuller picture of consciousness. So if the limits of empirical science prevent us from accessing deeper subjective states of knowledge, what alternative approaches do we have? This is where the heterophenomenology provides an elegant bridge, allowing us to take subjective experience seriously while maintaining a scientific rigor. So what is heterophenomenology? The term heterophenomenology means the phenomenology of another, a way of studying how people report their conscious experiences without assuming that those experiences are either real or illusory. So, heterophenomenology was proposed by Dennett, and its approach is very simple yet very revolutionary. Instead of rejecting subjective experiences, heterophenomenology listens to them carefully, records them systematically, and studies them as valid data. It treats first person reports scientifically, not assuming them to be absolute truth, but also not rejecting them outright. In doing so, it balances empirical rigor with lived experience, which is very important, offering a way to engage with consciousness that does not fall into either extreme, either blind acceptance or rigid skepticism. Why is this required? Because science has traditionally struggled to study experiences that cannot be externally verified. Let us explore why traditional scientific methods fail to capture consciousness. And traditional empirical science faces significant limitation when studying consciousness. For example, near-death experience, right? So many people who have clinical death report floating above their body and so on and so forth. And neuroscience can measure brain activity before and after cardiac arrest, but it cannot access what the person actually experienced. Heterophenomenology allows us to study these reports systematically without dismissing them as hallucinations or treating them as mystical truth. So, heterophenomenology offers a third path. It does not dismiss experience as illusion like reductionist neuroscience might. It does not blindly accept subjective claims as absolute truth as some spiritual traditions might. Instead, heterophenomenology treats consciousness as a process, something that can be studied through both first-person reports and third-person scientific analysis. So how do we apply heterophenomenology? A. Collecting reports of consciousness experience, asking individuals, describing their conscious experience through structured interviews, self-reports, and controlled experiments. Second step, treating these reports as data without bias. So without getting into the conclusion that this seems to be an illusion or a hallucination, but recording it as it is. This is what the person has reported, and this is the data for me. Third is finding patterns across multiple reports. So you get multiple reports and start to build a pattern. Now, this is very important because conventionally, this has been done using manual analysis of data gathered from hundreds of experiments. But with generative AI, what my experience has been is that generative AI is able to synthesize and find patterns among large amount of non-structured, unstructured textual data that has been recorded from talking to these subjects and recording them. So generative AI would play a big role in future to enrich the science of and the practice of heterophenomenology. So the fourth step here is correlating subjective and objective findings. So finally, heterophenomenology attempts to link first-person subjective reports with third-person scientific data. For example, if a person describes feeling a loss of self-awareness in deep meditation, the brain scans show reduced activity in the default mode network. So it is primarily correlating what the person actually experiences with scientific experiments. So heterophenomenology can be a good bridge between science and experience, scientific empirical knowledge and the intuitive experiential knowledge or the perception, right? It does not dismiss anything as illusion, nor does it go overboard and then call everything that is experienced as real. It does a balance of both, gets the best of both the worlds. So final thought. So the future of consciousness studies, the application of heterophenomenology could revolutionize fields such as meditation research, psychedelic studies, near-death experiences, a lot of inner, psychological, so-called, I don't want to call it disorders, psychological states. Thus, heterophenomenology represents a new science of consciousness, one that values inner experience and while maintaining scientific rigor. It does not seek to explain consciousness away, but to truly engage with consciousness. So, if we are to truly understand consciousness, we need an approach that integrates both empirical rigor and lived experience. The future of consciousness studies depends on our ability to embrace multiple ways of knowing and not ignoring or dismissing or not getting biased by any one way of knowing. It's like a synthesis of all the knowledge acquisition techniques that are present in traditional communities as well as modern science. So we have science and experience towards an integrated understanding. So as we arrive at the conclusion of this conference, it is not simply a closing statement, but an invitation to deepen the inquiry. So let me end my talk with a 10-point summary of our takeaway from this conference. Point number one is the mind shapes reality. Consciousness is not just a passive observer. It actively constructs reality as seen in phenomenology, epistemology, and quantum mechanics. Second point is a need to go beyond the modern science reductionist approach and to take a more systemic approach and interconnected approach. That brings us to the third point, which is that it is the patterns that shape reality, that connects. So meaning is not just in isolated facts, but in relationships. Which is what Bateson had, advocated. So it mirrors Vedanta's non-dualism and phenomenology. Fourth is science must expand its scope beyond empirical science, which is valuable but incomplete. It must integrate first-person experience, intuition, and direct inquiry. Fifth, consciousness as a self-organizing process. Insights from Prigoghine's dissipative structures and Varela's autopoiesis show that consciousness evolves through feedback loops, such as, much like the mind and reality co-create each other. Sixth is bridging East and West, Eastern concepts, Eastern wisdom with the Western wisdom. Seventh is experiential knowledge matters apart from experimental science. Eighth is heterophenomenology offers a middle path propagated by Dennett. The approach provides a way to study subjective experiences without dismissing them as illusions. 9, a multidisciplinary approach is required to study consciousness. And 10, a call for an integrated inquiry as we move forward. So which means the final call for action for us is the journey of consciousness is not just about reaching a final answer, but it is about redefining the questions. Let us move forward with a great deal of curiosity, openness, and a commitment of integrating knowledge from all knowledge sources and including the experimental and experiential approach. Thank you, and may our exploration of consciousness continue beyond this conference. Namaste, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sri Mahesh Venkatraman, for your lovely and organized valedictory speech. Mahesh ji has started the humanistic approach to consciousness. He explains how science and consciousness deal with each other. Persons from various walks of life, like philosophers, scientists, storytellers, musicians, neuroscientists, conceived consciousness in their own way. Artificial intelligence can map consciousness and throw some light and analyze the different experiences. But there is a limitation to the empirical inquiry. He also said that it is important to measure brain activity and neural patterns. people are so empirical in scientific approach, we must go beyond empirical knowledge and value the different spiritual experiences of different persons. Sometimes we get real truth through music, dance, aesthetics, philosophy, folk art, etc. Vedantic thoughts, there is a relationship between mind and reality. Consciousness is a passive observer of reality, and it actually constructs reality. He has mentioned on explaining reality 3 points of phenomenology, epistemology, and ontology. Now, again, he has also pointed out that 2 things. One is Newtonian physics as well as quantum physics. The Newtonian physics describes the macroscopic world with predictable and deterministic law, while the quantum physics governs microscopic realm with probabilistic behavior. There is a God particles which called a Higgs boson particle is a concept within the quantum physics related to the mass. Now, when we talk about the experiences, basically when a person go in deep meditation, where there is an activation of energy centers and Kundalini work awakening in subtle forms, leading to spiritual enlightenment and self-realization, like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Om Samadhi, Sarvikalpa Samadhi, a state of deep meditative absorptions where concentration is there, which is the ability to focus the mind to a single point. And another thing is pratyahara, withdrawal of all the senses from the external stimulus. Then and only then you can have the experiences, and these experiences can be jotted down in a very structured way. And what Mr. Venkataraman was saying, that we can utilize the artificial intelligence software and mechanisms to analyze the data and come to a conclusion. Finally, he has mentioned 10 points, like collection of reports of consciousness, taking the reported data without bias, finding patterns across multiple reports, and doing the manual analysis, and also investigating with AI, correlating subjective and objective findings, bridge between the science and experience, then not getting biased, without getting biased, but at the same time, not neglecting any important experiences, integrate both science and experience. And he also has pointed out we have to correlate between the East and the West, and also have the multidisciplinary approach. These are the basic points he's trying to point it out regarding discussing how science and consciousness go together. I think because he's on traveling, so if anybody have some questions, or he or she can ask. They can put it into the YouTube things, and when he finds time, he can give the answer back. I think we can conclude this session because a lot of time has passed, and we pass on for the vote of thanks. And report here will speak on the total conference proceedings. Thank you. Good night.
Just a brief vote of thanks, though this is not something that should be the least. Only I find a few of you present here. I want to offer my gratitude to Shostik for drafting the concept note, to Professor Timal Sinha for helping me with some of the resource persons, which includes Danilo, to Professor Godavarish Mishra, who has been through the conference as a chair, and heartily thank him for this particular support. I wish to thank Shatnik Chakravarti, who is the one for whom we have been able to do this conference. It is his support for technology and his technical team, I think Deboshmit, who has made this conference possible. So we have actually hosted the conference from Shagnik's Zoom and with his technical support. Thank you, Shagnik, so much. We owe a lot to you. Want to thank each of the younger members of the Caesurae Society, Tathagato, Shautik, Orgho, Oli, Anup, have I missed out anyone? Deep, everybody who have contributed in their own way to make this conference a grand success. So that is the young Caesurae team that we have, who will definitely carry forward the legacy that we have begun. So we rest much on you, because the future of Caesurae lies with you. Last but not the least, I want to thank Aurobindo Ganga for releasing a book, an anthology of poems for this occasion only, called The Prism of Consciousness. And we had a poetry reading session online this afternoon. The rest is up to the rapporteurs. I think the rapporteur here is Tathagato for today, and Oli, or is it Shautik, because they have decided among themselves, who will briefly summarize the conference that we had for 2 days. Once again, thank you, everyone. Over to you, Tathagato and Oli.
So I will be rapporteuring. Tathagato has already rapporteured for his sessions.
Okay, first let me summarize.
Yes, sure.
First of all, thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. For 2 days, we had the privilege of listening to the distinguished speakers. Yesterday's session on Buddhist philosophy were graced by 2 practitioners. Sonam Phuntsok Khenpola initiated a wonderful talk on the concepts of anicca, dukkha, and anatta in Buddhism. He referred to 3 principles: that all compounded things are impermanent, that things are devoid of true inherent self, and that nirvana is beyond self. Failure to recognize these is actually ignorance, which prevents us from enjoying infinite happiness. Equipped with examples from our daily lives, Khenpola made the listeners aware of dependent origination. His views on samsara, where appearance is believed as reality, were very insightful. The second speaker of the session was Sri Ishwar Shrestha, who illuminated the listener's perspective regarding the 5 paths of Buddhism. He made it clear that these are 5 different milestones of one path, preparing one for his or her awakening within body and mind and cessation of suffering. He provided an in-depth view of the 5 paths and related them with the 10 stages of the Bodhisattva Yana. His discussion showed how these 5 paths point to a very structured spiritual journey, with each path building upon the previous. In the evening, we had the academic sessions. We first had the keynote address by Professor Sthaneshwar Timal Sinha on diversifying Indian philosophy. The problem of Western thinkers trying to categorize Indian philosophy is the reduction to the contextualization of Indian philosophy. So Professor Timal Sinha actually proposed a 3-pronged strategy. First is the systematic Gurukula system of philosophic study. Second is the understanding of differences. And here, by referring to the dialogue between Hindu and Buddhist philosophers, he highlighted how it brought about assimilation of ideas, redefinition of categories, and at the same time, the maintaining of the distinctiveness of the core ideas. And the third point was the delimitation of philosophies, because even within a single school, there can be multiple models. So there is need to explore these often marginalized branches. Next, we had the wonderful session of Professor Daniel Rave on music as thinking, thinking as music, a dialogue with Mukund Lord. The first segment of his presentation introduced us to Mukund Lord's works. In the second and third segment, Professor Rave ruminated on music and thinking as delineated in Lord's works. He brought in Lord's discourse on Avidha and Vyanjana. The significance of Vyanjana lies in its address to our felt consciousness. Lord exemplified the practical use of Vyanjana and how it can be a source of knowledge too. Despite kinship between music and thinking, they seek different ends. Music seeking plurality, whereas thinking seeks singularity. Yet, there is the possibility of thinking in mirror of music, as highlighted in Professor Rave's deliberation. Today, the morning of 30th March, we had the privilege of listening to Professor Ramakant Angiras's discussion on aesthetico-spiritual experience in the philosophy of Abhinavagupta, where he foregrounded how the rasa theory is not dissociated from spiritual experience. We also had the pleasure of listening to Dr. Prakash Joshi's recitation of Samadhi, a poem by Guru Angiras. The next rapporteur report will be presented by Mr. Shautik Chakraborty. Over to you, Shautik.
It is not me, but Oli will present it. Both of our views will be presented by Oli. Thank you.
Thank you, Shautikda. So I have the rapporteur report prepared by Sri Shautik Chakraborty. So the evening sessions for 30th March 2025, that is today. So we first had Dr. Georgi Mishev's talk, where he shared insights on the folk practices regarding plants in Southeastern Europe. He has shared how plants are regarded as having magical powers, how they are collected, and the rituals involved in such practices. He provides us with a list of plants and what they signify culturally. His description of old Romanian traditions convey that plants are regarded as companions of humans. Today, such an insight can guide humans on how to gain spiritual wisdom through the knowledge of these folk rituals. The session was followed by an engaging discussion on the Indian relevance. Next, we had the session by Adriana DeCilo, who shared her life stories and recollected how dance and recording of dance captured her thoughts from childhood. She brings together ancient rock arts of dances from India and Spain and shows how dance chronicles the society through ages. However, she moves to modern times and raises philosophical inquiries on how dance is recorded and represented. She interrogates the relationship between the camera eye and the dancer and proposes that dance videos as new social rituals, much like rock etchings, might have been a ritual in ancient ages. Her opinions regarding this meditated expression and the impact on social memory, consciousness, and representation is path-breaking. This was followed by the talk by Dr. Lima. And the talk was titled The Logico-Epistemological Role of Self-Awareness in Classical Sanskrit Philosophy, where he spoke about how consciousness can be understood in terms of two concepts, the prakasha, luminosity, the vimarsha, the power of judgment in consciousness, and how the intentional model of self-consciousness and the reflexive model of self-consciousness find synthesis in the school of recognition or pratyabhigna. And finally, we had the valedictory speech by Mahesh Venkataraman, where he spoke about the need to go beyond the constraints of empirical knowledge and how a realistic understanding of consciousness is more important, and it can be achieved through mediums of music, dance, aesthetics, philosophy, etc. And how consciousness is not merely a mere observer of reality, but constructs reality. He also spoke about how heterophenomenology can be seen as a bridge between science and experience, and therefore he concluded with the need to expand the boundaries of our understandings of consciousness. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the president of Caesurae Collective Society, Professor Joyita Sengupta, for her vision of the society, for the society and the platform that she has provided us with, for the confluence of these Oriental Occidental thoughts, and how this has been a very enlightening discussion over a span of 2 days. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you everyone else at Caesurae Collective Society for their collaborative endeavor and effort here. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you for making it a success. Now we look forward to the physical conference starting from 9 to 11 April. So we'll all stay tuned for that. And thanks for the support that you all have given to me to make this conference a success. And with you lies the future of Caesurae. That's all I have to say. So good night and good luck and best wishes to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shagnik.
Thank you, Shagnik. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Seamlessly conducted, I think, technically speaking. Absolutely.
Meet you all at Kudvias right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Shagnik. Thank you, Debushmeet. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Oli.
All the
Sosikda.
so much.
Sosikda. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Signing out.
Have a good night's sleep now.
Yes, ma'am. You too.